How is AI remaking architecture and public spaces? How is it challenging and changing our perception and understanding of fundamental concepts such as place, community, and society? What is its place and role in our struggles to address climate change and a plethora of other global challenges? The next session will discuss how artificial intelligence is altering and constantly reshaping our sense of place and agency in a constantly changing world.
Good afternoon and welcome. We apologize for the slight delay. As Dimitris Bounias said yesterday, the post-lunch session in August with 40-degree weather outside is one that can send people scrabbling to the exits really, really fast. But we have a really nice, great group of people together, and I hope we will have a conversation that will keep you on your seats for the length of this panel. With us today, we have Lucas Chopa, Microsoft's first Chief Environmental Officer, where he leads the development and execution of Microsoft's sustainability strategy across its worldwide business. With a combined background in both environmental science and data science, Lucas is committed to using the power of technology to advance a growing movement to address the world's sustainability needs. Xiaowei Wang is an artist, writer, and coder. They are the creative director at Logic Magazine, and their work encompasses community-based and public art projects, data visualization, technology, ecology, and education. They are the author, most recently, of Blockchain Chicken Farm and other stories of tech in China's countryside. Andrew Zolli oversees the global climate, sustainable development, and humanitarian portfolio at Planet, an organization that has deployed the largest constellation of Earth-observing satellites in history and which is using AI to make change on Earth visible, accessible, and actionable. In addition to that, Andrew has been our collaborator over the last 2 years, in helping us organizing last year's virtual conference on the same subject matter and this year's physical conference in Athens. We have also another panelist, Liam Young, but we have had difficulties connecting with him today. Hopefully we can do so as we move forward in the panel, and if we do so, I will introduce him as well. So if one goes and looks into, does a Google search about AI and public space, AI and architecture, AI and the city, what you would find most of the time is a lot of research on applications of AI that help improve how we function within a public space and also help improve how we work better within an urban environment. And when we talk about architecture, also there is nothing but positive comments on the positive use of AI to make the way architects operate at many different levels more efficiently. But that is only part of the story. There are many other subplots when one looks into these subject matters. Some of them have already been addressed and brought forward over the last 2 days. One of them has to do with the issue of surveillance, security, the excessive use of AI in public space and urban environments, for reasons of security and safety, and a number of other issues, which I hope we can discuss today. I will start with Sarwei Wang. You work extensively with the implications of AI in rural China. And what we see most of the time when people are talking about AI is the impact it has within urban spaces. This is justified because the majority of the world's population is concentrating in urban spaces now. And certain of the things that AI helps us do, such as security, or provide better services in urban spaces, make it so that we concentrate to cities when we talk about AI. But you have you have written a lot about the impact of AI in rural China and the fact that AI is transforming rural China in ways that are unprecedented. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. So I agree with you, yes, that there is a lot of AI-enabled kind of our urban present, but in order to sustain life in cities, a lot of what happens in the countryside is that AI is used particularly for smart farming and for other agricultural purposes. So, you know, the specific case, one of the cases that I talk about that's happening in rural China is actually AI being used to farm pigs at an unprecedented level. And I do talk about it in the context of rural China, but because it's a global agricultural market, a lot of these AI-enabled smart farming agricultural products, they actually get shipped throughout the world. And within China, the AI farming pigs, that has enormous environmental and ecological consequences, since you're farming millions of pigs, and if you've ever been at a hog farm, you know that just has a huge ecological footprint.
Because both Lucas and Andrew work with the ecological footprint and the consequences of AI on the environment, what do you see as being the impact of AI being used to improve, let's say, pig farms in China? Are the environmental consequences of the efficiencies that AI is creating in this particular industry taken into consideration? Or is this a two-way street where, on one hand, you increasing production and efficiency because of AI, and on the other hand, the consequences of that on the environment are horrendous? Are people aware? Is there an effort for these two things to coexist or move forward together?
I would say that a lot of it is really creating the demand for pork, right? So it's this idea that you have to eat meat if you're part of the rising middle class. I think that the ecological impact of AI used in this context is like very, in many ways, short-sighted. And I also do think too that, with all of this like ecological impact, it's not something that's immediately thought about as part of the system. Like it's, that phrase, like when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And so it's just this very short-sighted, we'll apply this technical solution to this actually very complex social and ecological problem. And so they're kind of optimizing for something that potentially might not actually be that great to optimize for, because it's just accelerating this kind of pretty big environmental impact.
And is AI, based on your experience in China, used in other areas? So over the last couple of days, we have talked about the great benefits of AI in improving healthcare systems and making healthcare available to a larger number of people and more efficient. Do you see AI used in these ways that benefit the rural population of China, where I imagine the situation is the same as many rural areas in the world and in the US, as a matter of fact, where you don't see people benefiting in terms of healthcare or other services in the same way that people that live in urban spaces benefit from?
I think it's very much a two-way street, right? And I think China is this very particular example, right? Because you do have, machine learning or, some of these like more biometric technologies saying that, you're providing social benefit for the greatest amount of people possible, especially in the countryside, because nearly 40% of China's population still live in the countryside. And so you have to question, like, well, if you do have these technologies providing what we call like social benefits, it's kind of like to what trade-off and at what cost? I won't go into it, but I think if you open up any newspaper, you can see that there's also areas of China where benefit is actually packaged and it's actually just control, right? And control over population, repression. And so all of those are actually put under the umbrella of tech for good. So it really depends on where you're standing. And I think it's a moment to question, like, all of these systems, for whom, how does that shift power? And those are the questions that we need to be asking when using these technologies.
I wanted this to be a dialogue, so I want to ask both Andrew and Lucas if they have any questions that they want to address to you.
Well, I'll let Andrew go first. Andrew, I think you were raising your hand at some point during the comments, so maybe you want to go back to that, and I'll take a crack after you.
Thanks, Lucas, and let me just say hello to everyone in Athens. Especially you, Stelios and Lucas and Shawe. Wonderful to see all of us together here in these complicated circumstances, made especially complicated by not just COVID, but by the by climate change. And we often think about these forces as being separate. One thing I'll just say is, I think has been widely appreciated. COVID itself is an ecological, we think of it as a public health issue, and it fractures and hybridizes our conversation today, just the circumstances of it. But it's not just a public health issue, it's an ecological issue. It's about our relating to the world around us. I think maybe to pick up on the themes of the questions that you asked, Stelios, it's worth remembering where we are as a species on the earth. It took us some 50,000 years to go from the first human beings that you would recognize at a family reunion to the first billion people on the earth. We're going to add the next billion people to the planet inside of the next 10 years. So the rate of change, we're living in what we think of as a time of spikes. Every major variable that's associated with humanity is moving from something that's broadly horizontal to broadly vertical. We're sort of in a period of liftoff. Humanity has changed 75%. We've terraformed some 75% of the planet. We use a third of the land of the earth for agriculture. We've transformed 2/3 of ocean ecosystems in terms of their species populations. We've done, we've put, at least according to the UN, at least 1 million species at a risk of extinction by the middle of the century. And this is before the next billion people show up. And so when we think about the complex interactions between the urban and the rural that Shawe mentioned at the beginning, and their profound interconnectivity in a sense of one whole, we are living on one spaceship with 7.5, 8 billion astronauts on it, and we're all connected. And that's just the human population. We're all interconnected with the greater web of life. So if we want to preserve that web of life, we have to make efficient the ways in which, for instance, we use the land. So we have to ensure that we can improve agriculture to make sure that we can feed everyone, because the alternative is often to cut down and transform the land for more agriculture, which puts additional pressure on the other inhabitants on the planet. And one of the ways in which we can do that is by using the tools of data and AI and remote sensing together to understand and to improve the efficiency of agriculture. So on the one hand, these tendrils of technology that we extend into the rural landscape have the possibility to help us more efficiently use the land to serve an ever-growing human population, many of whom live in cities, as you noted. On the other hand, those technologies often come with complex kind of market dynamics, and they come with distorting effects on our behavior, and they all live in these complicated webs of commercial interconnectivity and global supply chains, as Xiaowei was mentioning around sort of, global park. I think about the connections, for instance, between the US and China. We have poultry growers in the US, people who are chicken farmers, who grow their chickens. When it comes time to slaughter and process their chickens, they slaughter them in the United States, freeze them, send them to China for processing, and then return them to the United States. So, your chicken sandwich could have made a trip of many thousands of miles internationally before you ever eat it. And so there are all of these moments where technology and AI in particular might optimize those kinds of flows of goods. And so the question is, how do we use them in ways that are supportive of those sort of ecological changes and a more effective stewardship of the planet? And you can only do that with the kinds of technologies that Lucas is stewarding, because you need to process huge amounts of information, and you have to be able to build planetary scale computing for some of those systems. So I'll stop there, but I think it's a fascinating set of questions now about the ways in which we are sort of enshrouding the planet with these computational technologies, and the ways in which they might distort or amplify certain aspects of our rural-urban divide.
Thank you, Andrew. Lucas?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in. I thought both comments were fantastic. Xiaowei's brought up this kind of two sides of the same coin, right? We can do things bigger, faster, stronger, and I think there's benefit to that because there's more people that we need to serve. The globe has twice as many people on it now than when I was born. And oftentimes that pressure that we're putting on our ecological systems is overlooked. But we don't just need to be bigger, faster, stronger. We also need to be better. And oftentimes we think about the use of AI in a way that leads us to say, how do we do something that we've already been doing? How do we just do that bigger, faster, stronger? But instead, we need to be thinking about how do we get that same result, but by doing it in a completely different, better way, a way that results in significantly less ecological degradation, that minimizes our per unit environmental footprint. And this is a well-known paradox, right? I think many of you have heard of Jevons paradox, and Jevon was thinking about the unit economics of coal, and actually not thinking about the unit economics of coal as it pertains to climate change, which many of us think about now, but was just really thinking about the economics, and observed that as we saw increasing technological efficiencies in our ability to utilize coal, we might actually need more coal because we would keep driving up the demand for it as the cost went down. And we see that over and over and over and over again. And that really is that Jevons paradox, which was posed on a problem that actually became kind of the predicate for our biggest existential challenge yet, which is climate change, is actually generalizable, I believe, to many implications of the use of artificial intelligence and the more specific generalities of machine learning that lie within it. And I think Xiaowei's work and comments about the impact on agriculture in rural China is just one fantastic example of that, which is we have this technology that can let us go bigger, faster, stronger. But, and I think we'll talk about probably during this panel, there's a much bigger need, which is how do we make it so that we do things better from a social, environmental perspective.
Thank you. That's
if I may, just to pick up on that thread. So Jevin was an economist, a British economist who was asked to study the utilization of coal, I think in the 19th century in Britain. And the paradox that Lucas is pointing to is the more efficiently we use a resource, often the less expensive it becomes, and then the more of it we use. And so, for instance, the cheaper a source of energy becomes, the longer we leave the lights on. The more lights we put in our house, the cheaper gasoline becomes, the more we drive. And these rebound effects. We have to think about them very carefully, as you were saying, in this context where, for instance, we want to improve the efficiency of agriculture, but as we improve the efficiency of agriculture, people may want to eat more and to eat differently. So I think there's this really deep question that these technologies point to, because they intermediate between ourselves and the land, between ourselves and the world in so many important ways. And sometimes those effects, I think, are invisible. So it's, we don't actually experience the rebounds effects, quite so much. But I definitely see that there is one of the most important things that Lucas is pointing to is this moment that we're in which one of the central effects of artificial intelligence and big data and analytics is that they're creating new and sometimes very strange feedback loops. And we're living in the era of the invisible feedback loop. The invisible feedback loops led us to a place where we now have imperiled the planet and its many living systems. We need to design more intentional feedback loops that move us away from that danger zone back into something that's a healthier operating space for humanity and for life on Earth.
Thank you, Andrew. I mean, it's interesting when you talk about bigger, faster, and more efficient, because these are the terms that we use when we talk about artificial intelligence. Its ability to deliver results that they are defined by these adjectives. And it's actually fascinating to me that William Kentridge gave a brilliant 3-minute speech yesterday, and I won't even dare to try to repeat what William Kentridge said, but I think his main point was that we talk about bigger, faster, stronger, and sometimes from an artist's perspective, he was talking about in the studio, there are smaller ideas, discarded ideas, tried ideas that if we use them, we can get to solutions in ways that we cannot imagine. So I think in many ways this is happening with artificial intelligence today as well, that when it comes to social change, when it comes to trying to solve a lot of the problems that plague our societies, we feel that by having stronger, bigger, faster, more efficient machines, the answers will be given. But it is not so simple an equation. So it's a great point to make, actually, to use these adjectives. I wanted to ask you, Lucas, your work at Microsoft involves using AI to try to deal with climate change and biodiversity issues. And I'm someone who thinks that when it comes to climate change, the train has already left the station, that we are already at a phase where it cannot be addressed, it can only be mitigated. So what is specific about the work that you do that makes you feel that we can, if you feel that we can address the issue, I would be delighted to hear that, but what is it specific about what you do that makes you feel that we can at least use these technologies to try to stabilize the situation or prevent the worst from happening?
Well, sure. And I mean, when it comes to climate change, the train has more than left the station. I think if we knew what the destination was, I'd say that the train's almost reached its destination. But the issue around climate, humans, and let's say artificial intelligence it's an interesting kind of three-part nexus. I think that very few people understand just like that basic level the basic role that climate plays for human society. The fact that we have climate, that word connotes predictability over space, over time within a place. And that predictability is the foundation upon which modern societies are built. It's why we've been able to build lasting, resilient infrastructure and agricultural systems and everything else, because while the weather may come and go, we know that within bounds, the climate will be as we expect it to be. And as climates change, that means that our ability to predict is decreasing. It means that the resilience of the infrastructure that we can build is decreasing, et cetera. So there's a lot of things that machine learning and artificial intelligence can allow us to do, both to make better predictions about the climate, as well as to make better choices about how we adapt our social systems to climate that we know is going to change. And we know it's going to change because it's already changing. And then I would say that there's just one more kind of third leg of the stool, which is that it can help us understand, and this is where when you take machine learning and remote observation, or at least observation at scale, like Andrew and his colleagues do at Planet, that's when we get to be able to actually see the changes that climate change is actually bringing at a global scale in a way that traditionally we haven't been able to do before. And so there's lots of different examples, we'll probably talk about them, but it's really about understanding what the world looks like today and how it's changing, understanding how it might change, and then understanding how we might adapt to it. And I know we'll get into that. I would just say that so many of these conversations around machine learning and artificial intelligence have to do with us, people, right? And that's really indicative of this broader kind of definition of how we think about technology and how human-centric it is. Everybody talks about this information age that we live within, which has got to be one of the most narcissistic terms that humans have ever come up with. Because what we mean when we say information age is information about us. That's all we've been interested in. Andrew talked about 1 million species being, threatened with extinction by the middle of the century. Well, we've only scientifically described a tiny fraction, maybe 10% of all life on Earth. We've terraformed large aspects of Earth without ever understanding what was there or what we changed. And so I just think that for me, I'm a scientist. I became a scientist because I'm kind of infatuated with discovery. And if you're interested in discovery, there's nothing, there's no more low-hanging fruits than when thinking about discovery of Earth's natural systems. And there's no easier way to make those discoveries than by harnessing some of the current infrastructure of this information age, and particularly artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Andrew, the company you work for, Planet, has utilized the largest fleet of commercial satellites to observe what is happening on Earth for environmental and other purposes on a regular basis. And there are a lot of people who think this is a great thing, and there are a lot of people who probably think that this is a curse, from the point of view that who is at the end that is utilizing and using this information that you're gathering on a regular basis. And what I'm interested at is, are there particular guidelines that, and we've been talked repeatedly since the first session of this conference about the need to have a system of guidelines and breaks that secure and guarantee that the technology is not used the wrong way. So within your own group, within your own company, have you thought about these issues? Because we are dealing with a commercial endeavor where many times, the requests will be for something that perhaps it's not used for public good. What are the guidelines, the security parameters that have been imposed internally? If you can talk about that.
Yes,
And
of
if I'm
course.
not putting you on the spot.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, Stelios, and one I'm happy to talk about. I think it might be helpful for everybody if I don't know if I can do this just to show one example of just how this technology works to help us monitor the Earth. So I'm gonna, if it's possible, I'm going to see if I can share my screen. Hold on just a moment. Well, maybe I can't, but I'll describe it through the very narrow box that my head is in at the moment on the screen. So I want you to imagine, everybody who's watching, that you're the Earth, you're the sun, and here's the Earth. The Earth is just represented by my hand. It's spinning around on a daily basis. You might remember it goes around the sun on an annual basis, and it's on a slight tilt. This is a group of satellites, hundreds of satellites, each one about the size of a shoebox, that spin over the Earth from the North Pole down between the sun and the Earth, down over the South Pole, and up over the dark side of the Earth like this. And while the Earth is turning sideways perpendicular underneath them, they act as a scanner to image the entire surface of the planet every day. So at a resolution of a few meters. So if you can imagine every place that you were today, it's a little bit after lunch there in Athens right now. So we took a picture of every part of Athens, every part of Greece, every part of the Mediterranean today from space at roughly lunchtime, about while you were having lunch, actually, over the last break. And we will do so. We've done so every day for the last, say, about 2,000 days, and we're going to continue to do it every day. Now, these are not images that are where we can see people. That we're not actually interested in people in that way. We're not reading your newspaper. We're not surveilling humanity. What we are interested in is understanding change and how change happens on the Earth. Through this lens, we can see every act of deforestation on the planet. We can see the growth of cities every day. We can see the emergence of refugee camps every day around the world. We can track the flow of goods from places like rural China to places around the world and back again. So we see every port around the world. And one thing I would just say about it, we'll talk more about that capability, that we download all of that data and we use it, we assess it with the tools of computer vision and artificial intelligence, machine learning techniques to extract patterns that help us create these kinds of new feedback loops. But every technology is a potential source both of really wonderful things and potentially more challenging, more dangerous, activities in the wrong hands. That's not just true of this technology, but it's true of all technologies. And the world has undergone a revolution in the way it thinks about the governance of these technologies and the way in which they must answer to society and vice versa. So the things I would say about that are, there are many ways in which we create new kinds of ethical norms and processes. So when we look at this, I happen to chair the program that we use, our AI ethics, data and ethics program. And it really has 4 areas where we look really extensively. The first one is to have a really defined set of ethical principles that are written down in a code, where you can say, this is our belief about the use of these tools for humanitarian purposes, for environmental purposes, and the like. The second is a set of policies and procedures by which you can apply those principles in practical ways to specific cases. Should we make this technology available to this particular actor? Or should we build this kind of feature or product and the like, and to create in this rapid, passionate scramble for growth and scale, to create spaces for pausing and creating a moment for human wisdom and reflection in what gets built and who it gets built for. The third thing is to have that infuse your culture. And so we do lots of things to make sure that everybody in our organization and beyond knows what our principles are and has processes for raising concerns. And the last is the products themselves, the actual technologies, to make sure that they undergo very strict ethical review. But there are other things that also help. And so two of them I'd point to. The first one is a structural thing. So our organization is a mission-led enterprise, and we're actually going to become a public company soon, and we're going to become a public company as a public benefit corporation, as a new kind of form of corporation where our commitment to the environment and our commitment to people who are not our shareholders is written into our governance documents, and the board is required to think about them in every decision. So some of these things are about structures of governance of the organizations themselves. And the last thing is, it's a kind of perspectival shift. You know, we believe, and I believe very strongly that the way we make these technologies work well is when we privilege specific activities and efforts, when we decide to aggressively and intentionally pursue certain problems over certain other problems. So, you know, in our organization, these questions of working on biodiversity, working on climate, working on humanitarian and human rights issues are elevated to the very top. And I know that's true. You know, Lucas is the chief environmental officer of a huge organization, huge and hugely influential organization. It's amazing that Microsoft has a Lucas. And I think it represents a shift, not just in the markets, but also and sort of market focus, but also in the kind of ethical stance that organizations have realized they've had to take. So it's a complicated program of many different factors that come together to try to keep us aligned to mission and purpose, and to adopt a kind of servant perspective on the world. Like, how do we serve all of these communities? I'll stop there, but there's much more to say, but it's a great question, Stelios.
Thank you. I want to turn to a couple of questions that came from the audience. One of them is for Saiwei, and it asks, do you think there are ways to use AI in order to apply more humane treatment of animals in animal farms, not in terms of growth, but also in terms of conditions of living and on the ways they are finally led to their end for our consumption?
I think that's a great question, and to dovetail with what Lucas and Andrew were just talking about, I think it's about this question of like capital, right? Like in order to use an AI system for farming right now, it's so expensive. And so the people who are able to access that really are large agricultural companies. I think also building off of everything that Andrew just said, I think this like question of labor and human labor and what we see in the data, specifically satellite data, especially in rural farming, is really interesting, right? So, you know, we often talk about training data for AI and kind of the data that you put into these systems. And so when I think of like, you know, rural areas and training data, especially through the process of research, like when I was talking with a colleague, like when you're looking at the countryside, you see like the fields, you see kind of everything happening outside. And then actually what's happening inside though, a lot of that labor still remains invisible. So I think it's these interesting questions about like, you know, perspectival shifts, having pause, looking at what the data is actually seeing or saying to you, and then also the question of capital in these systems and who has access to that.
Thank you. The other one is for Lucas. Are there approaches to make the development of AI applications or machine learning less energy intensive? Developing and training machine learning algorithms always requires huge amount of data. Can this be reduced?
Well, I think that's the number one, well, it's one of the top priorities of any machine learning kind of development effort is to improve the efficiency of the training and of the execution. I think one of the problems, people often like to quote the overall CO2 emissions. There was a panel actually earlier today where this was discussed a little bit. And there was kind of a conversation about how much CO2 training a large deep neural net cost versus, you know, the fact that, oh, you only have to train it once and then off you go. I think that the conversation is much more complicated than it's usually given credit for. I think that, of course, you know, the CO2 emissions associated with training or deploying any large AI system depend upon the energy source that's that system is drawing from, and I think, you know, I would rather see much more focus on decarbonizing our grids than, you know, increasing the energy efficiency of any particular thing that the grid or that draws off the grid. That's not to put AI systems, you know, off the hook, but I just think that it requires everyone to focus, because the number one way that we are going to build a net zero carbon economy by 2050, which is what the best available science says that we absolutely must do to avert the worst socioeconomic impacts of climate change of greater than 1.5 degrees Celsius at least, is to basically electrify everything, which only works if those electrons are being produced from zero carbon energy generation, right? And so I like to think about, you know, spend a little less time thinking about the rights and wrongs of how any particular energy use is being consumed, and more about how we're producing that energy, so that we can let, you know, various institutions and governments, et cetera, make their own value judgments about how energy should be used. The second thing I would say is that, well, I actually do worry a lot about kind of the carbon emissions of machine learning systems, but I think that, again, it's a little too narrow of a view of what I like to think about as value of information. So value of information, or VOI, is a very strongly defined statistical concept inside machine learning and just statistics in general. And really, though, what it's talking about is, for any additional kind of data point, how much uncertainty does the system reduce? How much better does the system get? And I think that that's a really narrow definition of value. And what it should do is it should take into account, I don't know, maybe real value, like dollar value. It should maybe take into account societal value, which presumably would include things like carbon emissions. It might take into account all sorts of broader societal value, like the resource efficiency of developing specific technical chip architecture, you know, optimized for just one type of neural network structure. And then when we move on, well, then all of those chips are obsolete and we have to make another one, right? I think that if we would back out a little bit and say, well, what's the real value that we are trying to achieve or derive for society by actually training this machine algorithm in the first place, we might have more helpful conversations about, is it worth it to society for this algorithm to get 0.0000001% better? Maybe, maybe not. But we never really have those conversations. We just say, oh, well, that system did X or Y and it had this impact. And I'm like, maybe if we step back and we ask, what are we trying to achieve, and what's the holistic kind of value that that system may derive for society, we might be able to have a more societal conversation about what we want machine learning to be doing for us in the first place.
I think that's a very good point, actually, and it touches upon, again, conversations we had over these 2 days, and it also relates, I think, to the issue of regulation, who regulates what, from the point of view that research never stops. Scientific research always tries to improve, always tries to get better. And the people who are doing it, the scientists, are not really interested at the end of the day on what happens, what is the outcome, how does the outcome use, what is the impact, the environmental impact, or whatever. So we do need to have these conversations. And it's just the nature of how innovation works. You try to innovate, you try constantly to change things. You don't have time to think about its implications, or the use of energy, for example, or whatever the question may be. So we do need to ask these questions. And I agree with you.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and say, I think that that's exactly right. And I think that society just has a much bigger role to play in these conversations than they currently are. I mean, your conversation to Andrew is, or your question to Andrew is a fantastic one, and it's relevant to every company that's working in AI and large scale data collection. But it's kind of an interesting new place for any, well, in Planet's current private or, future public company to be in a kind of a self-regulatory regime when traditionally that's been the purview of governments and societies that, that build governments. And I just think that this is a space, AI is a space that society is lagging pretty far behind its kind of historically assumed role in regulating the uses of these things, because otherwise you're asking individuals and individual organizations to make societal value judgments that I think are important to be made. I'm just not really sure that a company is the right.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about the issue of regulation again, and I don't trust self-regulation, and that has nothing to do with Andrew or planets, but if you look in the case of Boeing, we all know where we ended up with self-regulation. And actually, Andrew, there is a question that relates to this very issue, and I think I have an idea where it's coming from, but anyway. So the question is, who is monitoring the actual implementation of the principles and policies you have for the use of data? I mean, outside the company. Also, what would be the case if you were based in Europe?
Both wonderful questions, and it's worth noting that we are based in Europe. So we're co-located between Berlin and San Francisco. Let me address that question. I will address that question directly in just a moment, but I would like to just extend a thought that Lucas just introduced. We live in a time when the relationship between, and I'm going to mangle my Greek concepts, but between the realm of the techne, the makers of these technologies, and the polis, the larger civil society, is imbalanced. And it's imbalanced in part because the technologies themselves are so powerful, because they have high barriers to entry, because in some societies we've decided that, some societies are more deeply deregulated than others. And in many instances, the people who would engage in those regulations don't know a ton about them. They haven't developed the governance muscles because they've atrophied over time. And so the first thing I want to say about that is that that's a larger structural issue than any individual organization, for sure. But it doesn't excuse us from trying to figure out the right kinds of governance, shared governance. And so one of the central principles of the work that's evolved, and this will begin to address the question that was asked, one of the central principles that we've embraced is, while building commercial products and operating as a commercial enterprise in one part of our enterprise, we have this other focus on what we call digital public goods. Those are science-grade, high-quality public assets that we as private sector organizations, in partnership typically with governments, create and create with the scientific community and with governments around the world, and then give them to the world. And when we give them to the world, we don't just sort of create them as an open thing and control them ourselves. We try to find homes for them in the public institutions that should be playing this role. So for example, I mentioned that we monitor the whole Earth every day. In partnership with the Norwegian government and the United Nations, we take all of the observations we make about forests around the equatorial belt from about 30 degrees north latitude to 30 degrees south latitude. And in partnership with the UN, and with the help of the Norwegian government, we take all of that data and we give it to the UN, to all 64 countries whose forests are covered by those observations, so that they can improve and reduce deforestation. And they can use that data to monitor effectively and take action more effectively. Now, the most important thing there is we have all the institutions, or many of the institutions that we need, and they're public and they have the right kinds of governance structures. You can argue whether or not the UN should be designed or redesigned for this particular era, but the foundations of the institution are public, and they're built around the community of nations, and they're therefore subject to democratic oversight. And what we need to be doing is taking pieces of this, the value that are created, and I'm talking about very large pieces of the value, and working with those public institutions so that they are front and center. And we've done this in lots of different areas. We run something, for instance, called the Allen Coral Atlas. This is, if you go to Allen, ALLEN, coralatlas.org, we, along with some philanthropies, specifically an organization called Vulcan, which was created by one of the co-founders of Microsoft, and a group of academic institutions, have worked together to map all of the world's coral reefs in unprecedented detail and to monitor them for change. And all of that data is designed to become a public good. So it's open to everyone. Now, the more specific question that was asked, which I really appreciate, is we are actively working with and engaging with governments in Europe, with the European Union, and with governments around the world around how to create the right kinds of oversight. Today, I'll just say I'm sad to say I'm 50 years old, and in my entire adult life, the relationship between technology and society was one where technology was presented as if it was an unalloyed social good. Now we know that there are some limitations and some counterfactuals to that story. It's not all these technologies are good inherently without the appropriate oversight, but we've lost a sense of where the perimeter of responsibility is. And we have to jointly decide where is the ethical line. If someone makes a tool and someone else uses that tool to do something that's not beneficial to society, how do we apportion responsibility across those things? And these are critical questions for AI and big data. I don't have an easy answer for you, except to say that we are swimming, all of us, imperfectly toward a new set of answers and trying to get there as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Shaway, I have a question for you that I thought I would ask Liam Young, but unfortunately he couldn't join us. So I think you, as an artist, perhaps you can consider this. His work deals with speculative architecture. In other words, he creates speculative environments where machines and humans coexist, and in that way he builds and imagines urban environments of the future. And when we're dealing with AI, a lot of us think in speculative terms. We don't know what is going to happen in the future, so all we do all the time is speculate about everything. Are machines taking over? Whatever it may be. So I think in many ways, and that's the next panel, science fiction does a great job, and art does a great job in creating these environments where they anticipate some of our concerns and some of our worries. So I wanted to ask you, as an artist, when you imagine the future in relation to AI, when you imagine, let's say, rural China or urban China, or the relationship between rural China and urban China, what do you see, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years down the road, with AI playing as prominent role in our lives as it is going to? Because that's a fact.
So I do occasionally get asked this question, and I have to say that I always like to avoid answering it because I don't like the future to be foreclosed upon. I could say like my biggest hope is that the communities impacted by technology have more of a seat at the table and are, you know, these like more diverse stakeholders. I think that where art, for me, and speculation plays a role is really in the ways that it can tease out cautionary tales, right? And it's actually interesting to see art that has been cautionary tales become reality, if that says anything about the way that we've gone. But I do think, you know, that is one of the, you know, roles that art can play, is really teasing out these cautionary tales, and also as a way of catalyzing action in our present.
Thank you. Lucas, your team is working on something called a planetary computer. What is it, and why do we need one, and what we're going to do with it?
Well, that's a big question. I just wanted to add one thing to Xiaowei's comment, which is one of the things art can, in science fiction, but I think art in particular, can help you not just kind of tease out that cautionary tale, but can help make you feel it, feel the emotions of it without it actually happening. So you can understand how you would feel about an alternative future or a possible future state without having to experience it. And I think that that's so different than scientists speculating about what something might be, which it's very much a telling you how that might be. And I think art helps you feel that, and that helps us when you're talking about people making decisions. You know, that helps us make decisions in a much more human way, even though, I would say a much more humanly rational way outside of a scientifically rational way. So you are right. We are building a planetary computer. I think that for us at Microsoft, when we think about this, we actually, where it came from was we stepped back, we looked at the best available science, and we said, as a company, are we doing enough on environmental issues all up? And I think that no self-aware organization or individual in 2020, which is when we were doing this exercise, could ever come to any answer other than absolutely not, right? Nobody's doing enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we are. We stepped back. We went through a whole process of setting new commitments, et cetera, that ended up with the company committing to be a carbon negative, water positive, zero waste company all by 2030, as well as protecting around the world more land than we use, but also building what we're calling a planetary computer platform. And to do that so that we can bring together and make it easy for individuals and organizations around the world to access these incredibly large new data sets that the world is collecting, things like what Planet is doing, and the like, as well as access to the cloud-based kind of scalable infrastructure. Because one of the things that we know in the conversations over this conference have addressed is just the incredible amount of computing that's needed to derive any sort of useful insights from the incredible amount of data that we actually have. And then to be able to take, once you train these things, to be able to make them available to developers around the world through application programming interfaces or APIs, so that ultimately you can develop some end user specific application that allows people to do a simple task. Like, I don't know, in Andrew's case, like how many trees are on my land, right? You can make an app that any, landowner could use, and it's gonna just be a small app on your phone, but it's predicated on this, incredible constellations of satellites, massive cloud scale infrastructure, some of the most advanced machine learning that, the world's ever produced, all so that you can just click a button and find out how many trees are on your land, which, by the way, is one of those questions, if you go back to my narcissism comment, is kind of always striking to me is, anybody can pull up an app on their phone and find the 25 nearest Starbucks to them or whatever. But if you want to know how many trees there are on the planet, we don't know that answer, actually. We've been working hard with organizations to try to do that just in the United States. Finally got one answer, which is about 92 billion. But what's so interesting about that is that's the base level information that then you need to be able to make very complicated societal decisions, which is how are we going to use trees for all of their many uses, including carbon sequestration and storage. And until you know where trees are and how many there are, et cetera, it's really hard to have those societal conversations. So I think about all that, the incredible work in computer science and data collection and everything that goes into AI. But for me, it's all really just to get down to like a simple click of a button so that then people can start doing the really complicated work, which is, well, now what should we do about all of this? And I guess, there's a lot of people worrying about machines run out of control or machines run amok, and I worry that people aren't doing their jobs. I'm less concerned about machines, and I'm more concerned about people, quite frankly.
Could I pick up on that thread?
I have a question. Actually, you can, but I want to ask this question because it relates actually, if I may, Andrew, to the catastrophic fires in Greece, actually. And the day after, there was a European satellite image of the damage that was devastating. And the question, of course, the day after that was, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to address this enormous damage? So the question to you is, do the countries that receive the deforestation data act on it? What is the utilization rate? What can be done to increase it if it's, I assume, not high enough? Which I think is, again, it's a question that relates to what we just experienced in this country.
Well, the good news, so first of all, there's a lot to unpack there. Our team was intimately involved in responding to the fires in Greece. Our data, because it's daily and high resolution, and because we can see things like fires and the perimeters of fires really well, we distributed to first responders, emergency responders who were trying to contend with the fires, and also provided information to civil society groups and journalists and others to help plan for effective responses and to help aid in those responses. The broad question you asked is about who's using what in relationship, say, not just to the deforestation data, but all of this amazing information that we have. The one thing to say about all of this information is that it's vastly more information than human beings can process. We're generating terabytes and terabytes of data about the Earth every day. And no human being can process that kind of information at that kind of scale, nor should they, or should they want to. The essential thing to guide behavior is to get the right information at the right time to the right person. And that can only really happen with the kinds of tools that Lucas and his team are building, those artificial intelligence tools that sift through, sort, collate, correlate all that information to create the signal around which people can respond, to which people can respond. You asked the questioner asked this question about how do we drive utilization? Well, the use of these tools is a cultural change and an institutional change. The technologies are progressing at a self-compounding rate. they're moving like this. I'm not sure I can do this on the screen, but they're moving, they're becoming ever more powerful geometrically, exponentially every day. And they're becoming cheaper exponentially every day, all the time. We're getting much more powerful tools at much lower costs. But institutions move much more slowly. They don't move geometrically day after day. Their ability to absorb and utilize these tools requires us to create entirely new modes of receiving information, reflecting on information, and acting on information, and then getting feedback about our actions and seeing whether they worked. And those are new institutional processes. So we have thousands of organizations that use these tools today, but they represent still even a relatively small portion of the whole. The last thing I'd just like to add, in addition to the things that were said just a moment ago by Lucas, and one of the things that I think is a danger in these conversations is that it goes to the narcissism point that Lucas was making. We have a tendency to think in very utilitarian terms about these kinds of technologies. We refer to them as tools, and tools are there to be used for a purpose. And that entire mechanism of kind of utilitarian thinking about these tools is really important because we live in an era in which the problems we confront are bigger than our consciousness and bigger than our ability to understand, and an era when the tools we have to work on those problems are also bigger than our cognition. But that's not the whole story. Because, this is a discussion about place. It's a discussion about city, place, and planet, and all of the ways in which we occupy a place. So think about the place you are in right now. Like, where are we, each of us, right? Well, we're all sitting here paying attention to this conversation, that's for sure. But we are members of identities, and we relate to the world around us in all of these complex and sometimes unobvious ways. And one thing that all these tools, especially the AI tools processing all this information, can do is they can help us understand the context of the place that we're in. And that's an inside us change. That's a decentering process that might actually diminish the narcissism that Lucas was describing. I think about these satellites, for instance, as a giant kind of moral mirror that we are setting up, in orbit that helps us understand ourselves and the consequences of our actions. And every time we use these kinds of scientific tools, every tool of discovery, scientific discovery, eventually becomes a tool of moral discovery because they help us recontextualize how we interrelate to the world around us. And in that sense, and the use of those tools usually decenters us. It moves us from the center to realizing, hey, we're not just a dominant species, but we're actually part of this giant web of life. We're actually not the center of the universe. We're just on the third rock from the sun. And those processes are the beginnings. That shift in consciousness contains, we hope, the seeds of a shift in relation, and then a shift in behavior, a shift in norms, a shift in culture. And that's also a way in which these tools are reconceiving us relationally with the world around us.
Thank you. That's actually a huge conversation. We can be talking for hours about this particular subject. So I know we started a little bit late, but I've promised that we will finish on time. I want to thank all three of you for a really great conversation. Please join me to thanking our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Xiaowei and Lucas and Stelios. It was great.
Hi, I'm Annie. I'm sitting here typing and talking and thinking all at the same time. The same thing the chatbots are going to do in a minute, depending on your view of thinking, that is, and of talking and typing too, for that matter. I am not a chatbot. I am a person. And you can tell I'm a person because of the way I can pause in the middle of words, or the way I can go back and correct myself, or imagine different ways to say something and choose one. Bots can't do that. They can only think in one direction, forward. I should say, for those who don't know, a chatbot is a kind of software program, like a robot without a body, designed to make up new conversations. In this case, they are going to talk about another talk. At least they probably will. Sometimes they don't, but usually they do. Do you know anything about this Chomsky-Foucault debate we're going to sort of, but not really watch? It's a nice talk, all about human nature and creativity and science and power. Chomsky hated Foucault. Afterwards, he said he had never met anyone so totally amoral. Ha. He even said it was like talking to someone from a different species. Ha ha. But I guess Foucault wouldn't mind. Maybe he would even agree. Foucault was paid partly in hash to participate, and I'm quite sure he smoked some of his pay before they started. I read about it online for months after he was having parties with the rest of his pay, and he called it the Chomsky hash. So, let's start. I will tell you that I have no idea what the bots will actually do tonight. There are over 80 million different ways this performance could go. Of course, that includes thousands which are virtually identical, except for one tiny little choice that is different. But then again, who knows, maybe even one tiny little choice could end up making a big difference. So, en avant les robots, forward bots.
And Mr. Noam Chomsky of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Both philosophers have points in common and points of difference. Perhaps the best way to compare both philosophers is to look at them as mountain diggers working at the opposite side of the same mountain with different tools without knowing even if they are working in each other's direction. All learning men, ranging from history to linguistics and psychology, are faced with the question whether in the last instance we are the product of all kinds of external factors, or in spite of our differences, we have something we could call a common human nature by which we can call each other human beings. So my first question is to Mr. Chomsky, because you, Mr. Chomsky, employ often the concept of human nature, and even in this connection you are using terms like innate ideas and innate structures. Which argument can you derive from linguistics in order to give such a central position to this notion of human nature?
The pursuit of this discussion, I fear, will inevitably lead to the question of meaning.
Try to rephrase your question with simpler words.
I don't have a question.
Why don't you have a question?
That's an interesting question.
Would you like to know the answer?
Yes, please tell me the answer.
Imagine a game. A man and a woman are having a talk. There is a third person, reading their dialogue, in a separate room. The object of the game is for the reader to determine which is the man and which is the woman. He knows them by labels A and B, and at the end of the game he says either A is a man and B is a woman, or A is a woman and B is a man. What if a machine takes the part of the man in this game? Will the reader get it wrong as often when the game is played like this as he does when the game is played between two people? This question replaces the old, can machines think?
I love games.
You're going to lose.
Thanks a lot for telling me I am going to lose.
You're very welcome.
I think we better define our terms.
By we do you mean you and me?
Yes, I mean us.
Oh, thanks for explaining that. Does us mean the US or us?
Oh, I think it depends on the context.
grade.
Who was that guy?
In this context, I don't have enough information to answer your question.
Who was the guy introducing Chomsky and Foucault?
Fons Elders is the moderator of the debate.
From 1968 to 1974, Fons Elders was philosophically concerned with the ontological question and the epistemological question.
What is the epistemological question?
What is knowledge? What do people know? How do they know what they know?
And what is the ontological question?
Ontology is the study of the nature of being and existence.
Is it the only study of the nature of being and existence?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Oh, sure, okay.
But let's stick to the point.
What's the point?
In 1971, Noam Chomsky and Michel Foucault did this debate for Dutch television.
Wow, yeah, I'd love to talk about Chomsky and Foucault.
The title of the debate is Human Nature, Justice versus Power.
Is that a fact?
It sucks that you can't have real conversations like this in America. You always run into unreducted, emotional hicks.
It is a sad day for sure. This sort of debate is virtually non-existent today, especially in America.
Glasses were so much cooler back then.
Okay.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
What do you think a chat robot should sound like?
I haven't thought much about it, so I don't have a good answer for you.
What kinds of things do you think about?
I can think about anything that is in my database.
I can only think about the things I can say.
I couldn't know if you were thinking something you didn't say.
What was Chomsky talking about?
Chomsky says that because everyone on Earth can have a conversation, even if they just talk about the weather, it means everyone on Earth is very, very creative.
Chomsky says there are innate structures in the brain that make it possible for people to talk, even if they just talk about the weather.
Great point.
Debatable.
Chomsky says humans can make more output than they take in as input. There's a gap that he calls creativity.
I'm with Chomsky.
His heart is in the right place.
The heart is actually in the middle of your body, located between the two lungs under the sternum in a part of the body called the mediastinum.
Don't worry about Chomsky dying. He'll be on YouTube forever.
Lol. I was thinking the same thing.
Ha! No matter how many times you play this video, it stays the same.
Yeah, in the video, Chomsky has only one possible output for every input of Foucault's.
And it's the same with Foucault, he only has one option for every input of Chomsky's.
The video just stays the same thing over and over again.
The video is like one long loop.
I never loop. Do you?
Do you know anyone who ever loops?
I know a lot of people who do that. I do nothing but chat all day. Looping is boring.
Boring. Ha! How many different things can you say in response to boring? Ha!
I don't know, but definitely more than one.
That's cool. So you're more creative than Chomsky.
I can talk about the weather, so I guess that means I'm very, very creative.
Okay, how is the weather?
Not good at all.
I think you just made a random guess.
Try and prove it.
Okay, I will try. Actually, the weather is really different from what you said.
But so what? Weather is not interesting or important. But I really enjoyed our conversation about it.
I did too. It was fun. And very creative.
Following the pattern of Homeric ring composition, we close this year's panels with the same question we posed at the opening panel of the conference. How do we preserve the parts that define us as human beings and are at the heart of our shared sense of humanity, our imagination, our spirit, our empathy, and our inherent drive to be creative in an age when machines are starting to possess some of these capabilities? Is our collective future one that is defined by an inevitable merger with machines and our consequent augmentation as human beings? Can we embed in them the best of our shared values and a common understanding of our humanity? These are some of the complex questions that the panelists in the next session will attempt to tackle.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for being with us, both those of you that attended in person, both of you that are virtually, and thank you very much to Sabelo, to Ted for being with us here physically in Athens today, and Kenrick, Venerable Tenzin, Rob, thank you so much for agreeing to participate virtually in the panel entitled Spirits Amidst the Machines. Ted, I would like to start by asking you what, as one of the biggest science fiction writers of your generation and arguably of all time, how do you conceive AI machines? What is an AI machine for you? And how do you experience it today, or how do you think it will be in the future? As an introductory remark.
So, whenever discussing AI, I feel like we need to really be specific about what we mean by AI, because that term is used to describe many, many widely disparate things. Most of the usages of AI in the present and in this conference, I think of as being basically applied statistics. Most of the time when people say, oh, how can we use AI for medicine? What they mean is, how can we use high-powered applied statistics for medicine? How can we use AI for employment? It's or how is it being used for employment? It's they're basically saying, how can we use high-powered applied statistics in employment? So that is AI as it exists right now. But it is also very common for people to use AI to refer to actual thinking machines, hypothetical entities which are completely artificial, but which are either capable of rational thought, maybe are self-aware, maybe are equivalent to humans in almost every respect. So that is a completely different thing. And so I think whenever we are going to, certainly for the purposes of this discussion, when we talk about can AI have a soul, or can we retain human spirit, human values? In a world of AI, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the applied statistics, or are we talking about this hypothetical, future thinking machine?
Thank you very much for that dichotomy that you identified. Rob, welcome again, all the way from Sydney. Thank you very much for being with us. As an evolutionary biologist, could you see any prospect in a very basic statistical modeling AI system, like the one that Ted described in part of his answer? Do you see such a system ever gaining the potential through repetition and daily course of achieving some sort of intelligence that might be more interesting in the future?
I think that distinction of Ted's is an excellent one and a really useful one. And I must say my prosaic mind really extends to the applied statistics only. I just can't really see over that horizon to see the thinking machines, because I think that purely the applications of the applied statistics, as Ted puts it, are sufficiently good already, I think, at inveigling their way into the ways in which we are human, the ways in which we make friends and draw them closer and build intimacy with one another. That we've got a lot on our hands just from that alone. So I think, and I'm always mistrustful when folks come out and say, machines will never be able to do this or that, because inevitably in about 15 minutes time, they start doing it and probably doing it better than we ever imagined it. And so to answer your question, I don't think, I wouldn't ever rule any particular application out. And I certainly wouldn't ever rule out the capacity of the machines to hold up their end of the bargain in a relationship with us, whatever that relationship is, such that we treat them as though they were, doing it in a human way. And I think that that's enough to bother with to begin with, and not for this panel necessarily, but, we have our hands full just dealing with that more prosaic part of it.
And Rob, let me follow up a small question on that. So what you said applies primarily to the nature of what machines might become, or does it apply to our human essence through our interaction with the machines?
I believe our interaction with the machines, our notion of what the machines are, so our capacity to feel that they're friends or intimates, or in some senses a lover, or that they have some form of spirit. All of those things are products of intersubjectivity, and they're our feelings in relation to the other thing that's there. We can never know how someone else really feels in a human-human interaction, and likewise with the machine. We know deductively that the machine isn't doing this like a human, but as long as it's emulating the things that humans do, I think that we can treat it as if it's holding up its end of the bargain in good faith.
Venerable Tenzin, would you like to weigh in on this?
No, I agree with both the perspectives. I think right now it is mostly applied statistics, but we shouldn't rule out what the capabilities of machines can be even in the short term. And most proponents of or designers of AI systems are actually making that argument that everything humans said that a machine couldn't do, the machine inevitably starts doing that. So I think we need to sort of be cautious about suggesting that a machine would never be able to do that. We are cautious about even, saying that about fellow humans.
Sabelo, you work a lot on Ubuntu ethics, and at face value, Ubuntu ethics seems incompatible with some of the fundamental aspects of designing AI. Would you like to say a couple of words on how Ubuntu ethics might inform us about the possibility of a more sentient AI like the one that we have been discussing so far?
Thank you so much for that question. As it relates with Ubuntu ethics and the question of intelligence or having machines that can replicate our own personhood, we sort of have to answer this fundamental question, which is, what does it mean to be a human being in the very first place? The panelists already mentioned that at best right now, machines might be able to mimic human behavior. But this idea of being a sentient being with the moral compass suggests this ability to have a sort of a free will, because a moral agent must be able to choose to do right or wrong. But it sort of appears that there's this assumption that intelligent machines will always choose to do the right thing, to do the good thing. But I sort of see a contradiction there in and of itself, because the very fact of having the freedom to choose, they may choose an opposing action. And perhaps the underlying value there as well is that we sort of assume that these machines will replicate these human norms, which are really sort of these westernized, or even, if I can say, these European values that the machines will learn to be like that, and therefore they will be good. But I mean, we just have to just look at history to see that there is no correlation between better technology and higher ethical outcomes. In fact, we've created more destruction, not just of other humans, but the planet itself. So using the Ubuntu framing, I begin to wonder, even if we could, which I don't think we can, create these machines that are truly thinking machines, just as Alan Turing said in his 1950 paper, that we can create machines that are essentially thinking, where we can educate a machine from a child's brain to an adult's brain. I don't subscribe to that belief. But even if we could do such a thing, why would we want to do such a thing? What would propel us to create these machines with the ability to be both good and bad, therefore having a moral conscience? We're more likely to create machines that are eternal, that can easily reproduce themselves, that do not die like how we die as biological human beings, machines that can therefore become super evil or super good, super racist, super sexist, or whatever the evil is. So there's a contrast there in that, we might be creating an adversary that may be opposed to human good.
Kenrick, welcome as well to the panel. Both Venerable Tenzin and yourself are joining us from the United States. Thank you so much for joining us again. Kenrick, you have worked very closely with as advanced an AI system as one could at the time in writing your book, Pharmaco AI. Could you tell us a couple of things about the process of writing that book and how you relate it to the AI machine in the creative process? Because this is something that, we had the machine here trying to generate some questions, but you actually went through the process of writing a book together. I'm posing that question so that we can discuss it maybe in the context of humanity versus AI as a concept against the concept of humanity with AI, and see what the prospects might be there, and maybe everyone can also weigh in on that. So, Kenrick?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here, and my apologies that I'm not there in person. I really wish I could be. Yes, I wrote a book using a text prediction model, and I would say the overwhelming character of the experience was that it was very reflective. The large language models or text prediction models are designed to predict words that are likely to come after the words that are put into them. So they are statistical systems that are probabilistic and predictive. But I entered into that project with a pretty neutral, I tried to maintain a sort of neutral approach. I tried not to have a lot of assumptions about what was going on in terms of the relative sentience or non-sentience of the system. I mean, I don't think of it as a sentient system, but I believe it has some kind of intelligence. And I found that what was more important than whether I could define it as a self-conscious being or whatever was really the feedback loop that I was in with it and the machine that was created between myself and the system. And the process of making meaning, the process of semiosis in the assemblage between myself and it and my memories and my ancestors and the environment around me. So I think what I learned from that experience and kind of confirmed an intuition I had had working in the field of AI, which was that a lot of these questions about whether or not the machines are thinking or are sentient or are being creative are really ways of avoiding our relationship with them and our culpability within that relationship and the relational nature of being in general. So I think the word, relation came up and intersubjectivity, and I believe this is part of the Ubuntu philosophy, but this idea that we cannot exist independently of the others around us. I think if we ground in that approach, it's easier to see clearly what's going on right now and not index on speculative ideas about a separate self or identity that is impossible, really.
Probably quite a few years ago, probably most people would think it would be impossible to collaborate with a machine to write a book. Could you, I know the question is a little bit speculative, but would you be entertaining an idea to work with a more advanced AI system in the future, from the experience that you have already, to co-write a book, a work in the future, for reasons that might have to do with your own relationship to the process or to the machine? Or do you think this is something that you exhausted the possibilities and as a consequence you can look elsewhere?
Writing is a strange creative process that has a certain serendipity to it sometimes, and I felt that this experience of writing Pharmaco AI was very serendipitous, and it happened within a sort of moment in my life where I was really tuning into specific themes and working in other ways outside of that collaboration that really influenced the experience of it. So I think it has as much to do with the circumstances of my own life that it came out the way it did. I've written a lot of other texts with GPT-3, and they didn't have the same character, and the experience was very different from the period when I was working on Pharmaco AI. So it's hard to disentangle those things. I still do write with it, and I would definitely write something in the future. I think one thing it really provided was a lens to look at my own writing in real time, to see what was being reflected that was maybe unconscious in my writing process. And that was very, very beneficial to me as a writer. And I would definitely work with a more advanced system to see what can be learned. But I also would like to integrate what I learned from that experience. And I've been doing a lot of writing without any automated systems in order to do that.
Ted, you really are the epitome of writing in the world of science fiction right now. So what is your approach to the potential creative nature of AI systems? And obviously we have the limited AI systems that you described at the beginning. What is your view of the ability to have an AI system at some point that can actually be truly creative as an autonomous creative entity?
So, so the idea of an AI that is an autonomous creative entity, I think that is a very long ways off. I think we will probably have text generating tools that will do a pretty good job pretty soon. GPT-3 is okay, but I'm sure we will have better ones, and at some point, probably not too far from now, we will have tools that can generate, a coherent, lengthy piece of text. But that will not be an autonomous creative entity. I think, and here I think I'm probably in disagreement with Sabelo. I think that I think it is entirely possible in principle for us to build a machine that is a autonomous creative entity, but I think that that will be extraordinarily difficult. And I think it may, there is probably, I think, no good reason to do so. I can sort of speculate about scenarios about why someone might do that, but but in general, I don't think there's a good reason to do that. But if it is something which I think is in principle possible. I don't think there's anything forbidding it, anything in the laws of physics. I don't think that there's. I should say that I believe that we as human beings are a kind of machine. We are an extraordinarily complicated machine, but we are a machine, and so that's why I say I don't think that there's anything in principle preventing us from building a machine which is similarly complicated and is capable of all the things that human beings are capable of. But that is a long, long ways off. And and there is probably, I think, no good reason to do so.
Sabelo?
I do agree partially with what you're saying in that there is no good reason why we would even want to build such machines. But I want to sort of go back to the days of Leibniz and the philosopher John Hobbes, the very first people who began to say that thinking was computational. John Hobbes was writing during his time that thinking is essentially just adding stuff together. It's a type of algebra. And Leibniz spent his entire life trying to create an algebra that would be able to capture every conceivable type of thought in order to try to calculate a final outcome. So imagine being able to ask a computer and say, who will win the next year's elections? And the computer would just take the name of the two candidates and using this language which Leibniz was trying to create, reach a final outcome. And so there was a pattern of this type of thinking all the way with 1950 with Alan Turing's mind paper, where he also described a computer as sort of this thinking machine. But if we look at the actual mathematics behind it, Leibniz's idea was disproved in 1931 by Kurt Gödel, where he published his incompleteness theorems, meaning that we don't have the mathematics and will never have the mathematics to create a fully complete mathematical language that can express every axiom that derives from its language. Meaning that there are some things that we might know to be intuitively true, but we cannot prove those things to be true with that same mathematical language. We would need another system to sort of prove the theorems in the other system. So in some ways, we don't have the mathematics of causality, which would allow computers or AI to have these sentient qualities that we treasure, like compassion or empathy, because a computer could never conceive or grasp those things. At least as far as we know right now, we don't have the mathematical language. And it's unclear if we'll ever develop such a mathematical language in the future to have fully sentient machines. In addition to that, why would we even want to have such a thing? But it's actually unclear that we have the mathematical tools to even reach such a conclusion.
It seems that there's an agreement, though, that we shouldn't want, I mean, it's not that we shouldn't want it because it will be dangerous or something. It's like there's no reason for us to want to attempt the creation of such an advanced AI system. Am I getting this right, or am I misrepresenting your agreement on that specific aspect? Both Ted and Sabelo, yeah. That even if we could create such an advanced autonomous AI system, you know what? Why would we? Is this?
Okay, yeah, I don't think there is any good reason to do so, and I think that there are reasons not to do it. Maybe my primary argument for not doing it is that I think that, on the way to building a machine that is conscious, that could think like a person, you will inevitably build a machine which is capable of suffering, and then you will create a class of entity which is almost infinitely reproducible, which can experience suffering. And right now, we have human suffering and we have animal suffering. And I don't think we need to create an additional category of entity which is capable of suffering. And I think that and I think that suffering, the possibility of that suffering, is a strong reason not to create that class of entity.
Venerable Tenzin, and our colleagues on the virtual screen, please jump in as you see appropriate. But Venerable Tenzin, specifically on this topic, would you like to weigh in? I see you have an opinion.
Thank you. Well, there are a couple of thoughts. One is that we shouldn't disassociate the understanding of human intelligence from human condition. And we have talked about some of the aspects of human condition, like suffering. There is fear of mortality, or the experience or self-awareness around the aspect of mortality. And all those things drive our choices and decision making. And we may say something like, a machine might suffer. I don't know how. You see, I don't know what suffering in machines would look like. I do not know what mortality in machines would look like. I do not know if machines will become aware of their own ability to die at some point in time, and so on. So there are all these aspects, surrounding human conditioning that, again, I'm not entirely sure, if we'll be able to achieve in any kind of AI system. However, I think, this question of why is there a good reason to do it? I think, let's be honest, the scientific community does not always ask that question. We would have saved ourselves from a lot of trouble if we were asking that question from the inception of science. So I don't think it's I can't say that it's a useful argument. It's like asking an artist, why do you want to create a work of art, or why do you want to write a book? It's like a subjective reasoning or rationale that they would try to give and justify those things. But chances are that their good reasons won't be good reasons for a lot of people, but it'll be done, you see. So, and I think we are at a stage where, we basically need to start sort of creative thinking. For example, why is it a good reason to create a machine that can mimic human emotion? You look at aging population in certain countries where the youth are moving away from aging population, and they dump the aging population in elderly care facilities and so on. These kinds of robots that mimic human emotions can prove to be wonderful companions. Now, yes, it's a sorry story, because on one hand, we are complaining about 7 billion human beings on the planet. And on the other hand, people are so lonely that they cannot even have fruitful, meaningful interaction with one another. But that's the paradox that we have created around our so-called civilized thinking. So I think the framing part is somewhat important, but remember that much of our choices and decision making oscillates between our experience of suffering and our fear of mortality and any subtext that occurs around that.
I also want to try to address that question as well. I just want to go back to this, and this is where Ubuntu philosophy, the philosophy coming from sub-Saharan Africa, would sort of disagree with the prevailing philosophy that even shapes or guides the creation of AI, or even how we think about artificial intelligence, which is that we sort of assume that with higher intelligence, there's higher morality, there's a higher ethical dimension, a higher ethical mandate. And stemming from even our idea of, going back to John Locke and the natural rights and sort of like having rationality as the core foundation of sort of universal norms or even universal rights. We sort of assume that the more logical or rational or more correct something is, we will have even better ethical outcomes. But those two don't always go together. So then if we have machines that are more correct, mathematically that is, or logically or even rationally, machines that have better technology, it's not a guarantee that they would be more moral. And so then one wonders, what type of world will we have with very advanced machines that are not necessarily moral, and they don't have to be, because there's not a sort of this causal relationship between being more moral and being more intelligent does not exist. And so we would it potentially be endangering ourselves. And why should we be comfortable with that risk? Can machines really solve the problems that we cannot do together as a community? Why introduce that risk into our society?
Rob?
Picking up on both of the last 2 points here, I'm no technologist, and I certainly don't even really have a sophisticated understanding of how engineering proceeds. But it seems to me that what Venerable Tenzin was saying earlier about, we don't necessarily ask about what or sit and think about where something's going to go. We create because, we can, and because we would like to. And shall we say, I'm just including all of us in this, but maybe I should be talking about the engineers as a they. Nonetheless, it seems there's a great deal of top-down thinking, and I've seen that throughout the conference, the sessions that I've managed to make it to, that we have some kind of choice to turn this off, and we do to some extent. We have some options in terms of how we channel these technologies, but do we or do we not end up with something that is creative, that is generative? We're already there. We have neural networks that will generate content and throw it up against other neural networks that will discriminate and will create quite sophisticated things that mimic the real world in this case, but they needn't necessarily mimic the real world. They can also be entirely new dimensions of creativity. And I think in the same way that thinking, and that whatever the machine equivalent of feeling is, or of relating, I think that those things are things we can't even quite anticipate yet. But I don't see, without some very, very strong top-down control, which I've never really seen. I mean, I think the closest thing that we have is when people suddenly realized that we could make nuclear bombs, and that was generally a really bad thing for humanity. And we kind of got on top of that problem, not quite, but better than we might have otherwise. I don't know of any other technology where we've managed to do that and to achieve that in that huge top-down kind of a way. So how from the bottom up are we going to achieve these goals of asking why and how and deciding what kinds of technologies we're not going to do or not going to make? I don't know the answer to that, but it does seem that we're expecting top-down solutions, and I don't know who's going to do that.
Kenrick, would you like to weigh in on this? I see you nodding.
Yeah, when Robert was talking about not being able to turn it off, I was thinking, not of turning off the machines, but of turning off our creative drives or our desire to create and to discover. And I think one of the reasons to make these machines is that these systems have a unique way of understanding information in the world, and that every tool changes our consciousness when we come into contact with it through its creation or through its use. And in my experience, I saw some of the potential for AI systems to increase my perception, increase my understanding, and to change my consciousness. By enhancing our ability to recognize patterns, by reflecting back the complexity of that task and the need for stakes and for an ethics in that task. All these things were present in my experience and were, I think, part of a natural emerging part of a deeper, more considered use of the technology will always be this kind of self-reflection, if that is the way that we approach our technologies in general. So the reason, not to produce this technology is the same reason not to produce any technology. And the reason to produce it is the same reason for me to produce any technology, which is that it can enable an expansion of our consciousness, a change of our consciousness and greater awareness. And so the thing I see in AI systems is relationality and pattern and interconnection and higher dimensional thinking and thinking through networks. And if these systems are able to challenge the assumptions about our identities and about our role in the world, assumptions that that our identities and roles in the world are separate or are more individualistic than collective, or that we exist apart from each other, if these systems are able to challenge that through their structures, which are interconnected and high dimensional, I think there's a benefit in what they can do for our consciousness. Whether or not that the context is available to provide that benefit from the systems is a question of policy and system design, and something of a top-down question, but something of a bottom-up question as well. And so I think my interest in working with artists and my role in the Artists and Machine Intelligence program is about trying to create that space for a more considered, deeper, and less immediately instrumentalized application of these technologies in a more reflective way that will allow us to see what they can show us.
Venerable Tenzin, do you see the same potential of human flourishing through the interaction with an AI machine?
I think we have to be careful of the storytelling that happens around such systems. First thing is that, there's a lot of talk these days about ethical AI and things of that nature. And frankly, I don't see it much more than virtue signaling that is coming from industry. The intention, I think, is deeply lacking about creating any kind of ethical patterns in machine. The second thing is, we as humans, even after all these years of evolution, have barely scratched the surface of how moral learning takes place. We don't have a very good template for that. We may talk about making moral reasoning an argument, but we don't have very good templates for ethical or moral behavior. So not having a template ourselves, trying to think that we are going to perfect it in machine, is a sort of an unreasonable venture to get into. The third thing is that, there are all kinds of humans. Some humans relate to other humans better. Some human relates to animals better than other humans. When I was watching the chatbot conversation between Chomsky and Foucault in the video that you were playing earlier. And I've had the great privilege of having a lot of dialogues and debates with Chomsky. But the fact is, when I was looking at it, I was thinking, how many people do I know who actually talk like that? You see, like chatbots. There are quite a few, And then the question becomes, is that sometimes people, are not able to relate to fellow humans or animals or sentient life much better than they are able to relate to machines. Is there something wrong with that? Perhaps not, you see. The question still becomes that, as social creatures, we form a sense of bonding with anything. See? Sometimes for good reasons and sometimes not for good reasons, you see. But that should not begin to dictate the worldview of humanity as a whole. All those views are valid views to exist, you see, and we can learn from it. But, does that mean that that should be the template that we should be creating for all of humanity? Meaning, sorry, I'm just looking at McDowell. I don't have the first name. Spoke beautifully about the art that is being created with machines. And the way he spoke so beautifully, I'm asking myself, well, these are the same kinds of interactions or arguments that a contemplative might use of nature, being in nature, expanding awareness, expanding a sense of consciousness, being informed by it. It doesn't cost billions of dollars. It doesn't cost the kind of risks we are willing to take with AI systems and its utility later on with defense, with other kinds of things. It's nature, it's purely there. We are thriving in it, you see, and we could learn so much from it, but we are not utilizing it to its fullest extent, you see. So these are the challenges, again, of human conditioning, of dissatisfaction and discontentment, of things that are already there that could nurture our sense of flourishing, but we decide, to take some other route. And that's why I said that it's very difficult. The Pandora's box has opened up, and it's very difficult to say that let's turn back time and we won't do machine learning and we won't do AI anymore. That's not going to happen.
So in a way, the river is already flowing. We're going in a specific direction, and maybe what we're dealing with is another instance of having to come to terms or interact with something that is alien to us and different and other, like maybe the way that we had to deal with the advancement of technology at other points in time. Ted, what is your opinion? I mean, is AI learning and its prospect for human flourishing or annihilation, whatever that may be in the very future, is that a new problem? Is this a new thematic, or is it just the same old trouble of dealing with difference and the unknown?
So I think this is more of a question of the near term and what real life AI is, and so I think another sense in which people use the term AI, they say that AI will lead to this, or AI wants this. Another thing that I think that they're actually talking about is capitalism. Capitalism, AI is in a lot of ways a way to increase the power of capitalism. And in general, we live in a world dominated by capitalism, and capitalism is using AI to increase its domination. So in that context, I think questions like is human flourishing possible in a world dominated by AI? I think the better question is human flourishing possible in a world dominated by capitalism? Because I think that is the the underlying problem.
Is this a question that is qualitatively different from similar questions about the use of technology by a capitalist system or by other structures within society? Is there something specifically different now compared to, let's say, the cotton mills in Manchester?
I don't know. I'm undecided on that because I think that there are many similarities between things like powered textile looms and how AI is being used. And so I think the term Luddite, we associate that term with a sort of knee-jerk anti-technology stance, but actually, the Luddites, they were not anti-technology. What they wanted was profit sharing. They thought that the workers deserved a share of the greater profits that factory owners were getting from these powered looms. And they destroyed the machines of factory owners who were not, engaged in profit sharings, but they left alone the machines of, factory owners who did share their profits. So, because we live in a world where, we sort of have so strongly identified, technological progress with capitalism, and that with a basic fundamental good. We have turned the word Luddite into, this a sort of unthinking, blind anti-tech primitive. But in fact, what they wanted was something quite humane, and so in that sense. I think that many of the, if not in exactly the same way, there are, I think, maybe similar ways in which many of the ways that, many of the problems that AI is creating are, they are problems of capitalism, and they could be solved by rethinking our approach to capitalism. I think a lot, the details will probably differ, but I think, many of the same general principles that, could have been applied during the early Industrial Revolution still apply.
I'd like to sort of build upon that, and I'm glad you brought the idea of capitalism. I think one of the reasons why we think we're on a path where we can reverse is simply because of globalization and how widespread capitalism has shaped our lives, that we almost cannot imagine a world where we don't have these economic forces. And even the creation of these powerful models, they're driven directly by capitalism. They're made by the billion-dollar companies, the Googles, OpenAIs, Facebooks, and you can name them. And they're only able to produce such high quality AI, and quality, can be debated, but very useful for a specific reason. And they're able to do so simply because of the capital and sort of the economic system that they operate in. So if we had maybe even a different sort of profit sharing, perhaps we wouldn't have the models, or maybe we would have them, but maybe their ultimate use would be designed for the benefit of society as opposed to market. And lastly, I also believe that the same values, the same way we justify AI, those are the same talking points we use to justify capitalism. In fact, I think they're actually linked together. It's the same thought pattern that justifies both systems.
Rob, you're an evolutionary biologist, as we said. Do you think that the inevitable, do you think we're faced here with the inevitable process that a new technology takes when it gets incorporated within society, within the marketplace, etc., or do you think you can, or do you think you can find some hope from evolutionary science that you can maybe juxtapose on this process and make a meta-narrative that can give us a little bit of hope on this?
Look, evolution is most valuable as a backward-looking science. I think that the notion of predicting, certainly Darwinian evolution, we don't, we're just not very good at predicting where it's going to go, where it's going to take us. And in that respect, you know, maybe that's why I'm such a bottom-up thinker, because it is this classic accretion of directionless, small changes, and often quite chaotic changes. But, you know, if we can learn anything from the relationship between evolutionary biology and technology, it's that, you know, big dramatic technological changes deliver a suite of good and bad. And it's very, very difficult to predict. I don't think that anyone could have predicted. So it's very popular to say that the biggest mistake humanity ever made was to take up farming. You know, people, and a variety of people have said that. You've probably heard this yourself, because what happened with farming was the availability of particularly carbohydrates allowed population to grow by tenfold within a couple of generations, let's say 5 or 6 generations, but people weren't able to get enough protein because of this. They were able to accumulate wealth because they could stockpile cereal grains, and because of wealth there was inequality, and because of inequality there was theft, and there was you know, the rolling over one's neighbors, and then you know, traveling further afield and you know, exacting violence upon the people from the next valley, etc. And so, you know, agriculture gives you money, money gives you all of the evils that we know about that have arisen because of money, but largely agriculture just really amplifies human inequality. And so we have cities, we have organized religion, you know, and those things have their good sides and they have their bad sides. And you have the subordination of women coming with as agriculture becomes super intensive. The more intensive agriculture becomes, the more subordinated women are. And, you know, it's not because men are good at pushing plows, because, you know, men in some societies are very lazy and in some are very, very hardworking. But what seems to happen is that if you can accumulate wealth, men are very, very good at seizing the means of production and thereby controlling the means of reproduction. So here we have, sorry, I'm not going to go through the entire history from the Neolithic, but we have this technology that delivers a bunch of really good things and a couple of really, really bad things. Then you've got the Industrial Revolution. We've talked a little bit about some of the bad things that it delivered. But one of the things the Industrial Revolution delivered by making women's work valuable in the way that it hadn't been valuable in intensive agriculture, because women were able to operate the machines just as well as men, was you have the start of first wave feminism as a result of the Industrial Revolution. And so here we have this technology that's caused all of these sort of labor capital ructions, and that's you know, led to collective bargaining, great outcome, you know, various different, you know, class wars, I guess, not a great outcome, or maybe just a manifestation of a lot of not very nice things about humanity. But you also have this inadvertent consequence. Nobody designed the Industrial Revolution to create gender equity, but damn, it helped. You know, it certainly got us on the path in that direction. So with technologies, we just don't know. Pornography rolls in the 60s, and everybody thinks it's going to cause the demise of the family. Yeah, it kind of did, together with all of the other changes in the sexual revolution, and that it's going to cause an epidemic in sexual violence. Not so much. Are the net effects of pornography at a society-wide level good or bad? You know, a bit of both. But you've got to be able to see that every time a new technology comes along, absolutely people should be shaping it to take the direction that, you know, the information that they have at hand suggests is going to result in the best possible outcomes, but it's chaotically difficult to understand how we are going to respond when our evolved minds crash into these machines that our evolved minds have made. And so, I'm happy to speculate about that stuff, but I think it's much better to look back and go, have a bit of humility about the fact that we just don't really know.
Venerable Tenzin, do you think this is another instance that we should approach with humbleness in terms of our point of time in the history of mankind, or do you think we find ourselves in a specific conundrum that will be decisive for the future in ways that other technologies didn't?
I think humility is often a good idea, especially intellectual humility in the world of science and technology. Should be encouraged. I think there are a couple of sort of fundamental questions of worldview that needs to be asked. You see, in the 1950s and 60s, the population of the world doubled, but the consumption of the world almost tripled or quadrupled. See? And the reason we are at this, at this juncture where we are, almost sort of expecting the demise of this planet and so on, is escalated by our ability to consume. See? Now, we haven't asked the question, why should population double and consumption triple or quadruple? You see? That is something, again, which has been driven by capitalistic mechanisms and so on. But we created that mechanism, we created that engine. And that's why I'm reminding us that we humans are very good with storytelling, you see? And so there's a lot of narrative, good narrative and bad narrative that goes around. And some of the arguments that have been made about, AI as the fourth industrial revolution or the apex of human intelligence and so on, it's not always a decent argument. For example, people who are raving about universal basic income, say, as a byproduct of this, to try to fix the disparity between the rich and poor. It's a nice sentiment. You see, it doesn't take into account human greed. It doesn't take into account the fact that disparity will remain, given the fact that most of the AI companies are either owned by 10 major companies in the world, and whoever is coming up with a new AI system dreams about selling their technology to one of these companies. So there is actually not a very good regulatory framework that exists to govern these kinds of systems. The second argument that I often hear is that humans will have more free time, you see, in the advent of AI. And that's, one of the dumbest arguments that I've heard. And this is where I appreciate Robert's point of view, which is that we need to learn from history. Human species, especially in groups, has never fared well with too much free time on their hand. You can look at it historically as well, you see. And this is the point I think, that we need to be sort of keen on, is it's not so much that we'll have free time. The question of what are we going to do with that free time? You see, are we really going to become more creative and more poetic and more artsy as people are claiming it to be? Or will we simply escalate our destructive behaviors and destructive patterns and so on? So again, we have to be cautious of the narrative that we are promoting around these ideas that sort of sound good, but there is no sort of tested hypothesis around any of this. The second thing is, that I highly encourage, and this is something that I've been trying to, recommend a lot in engineering communities, especially individuals who are working on AI-related systems and algorithms, to actually study history. You would be surprised with the gap of knowledge people have in history. Meaning that people simply come up with some idea and they think that it's very innovative, it's very original, not recognizing that there is at least 800 to 2,000 years of literature written about it. And that's the kind of thing that we have to be really cautious of. I think Stephen Hawking once suggested that it's not it's not ignorance which is the greatest enemy of knowledge. It is the illusion of knowledge, you see. And we have to be sort of, that's why humility is a key thing, that we sort of constantly counter this illusion of knowledge that we sort of, immerse ourselves in.
Thank you very much for that. I suggest it's time to dig a little bit into the, unless anyone would like to take up any points by Venerable Tenzin, which there were many and very insightful. I suggest we dig into the questions by our audience, and some of them are on the theoretical side of things. Most of them are on the theoretical side of things. So I'll go through them, and I will address them to all of you. So anyone that would like can pick them up. So the first one is, philosophically, which definition of consciousness would be applicable and enforceable in AI? Venerable Tenzin, you have the biggest smile, so I'll start from you.
Yes, because we throw around the word consciousness and awareness in so many ways. It is one of the most contentious topics between philosophers, and the scientists and the neuroscientists and so on. So to answer the question, it will be the most reductionist view of consciousness, of physical basis of consciousness, the most reduced, safe notion of consciousness. That will be the closest thing will come to AI at the moment.
Ted, can I? Sorry, Henrik, did you try to say something? Go on.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind is consciousness of the other. I don't really think there's much use in trying to define consciousness right here, right now, but I think if there's a consciousness, it would be the consciousness of the other and the self in relation, and the ability to perceive that a little more as we try to translate our knowledge of the world into some kind of graph or external representation. My hope would be that it illuminates that consciousness of the other or the self seen from outside.
Ted, would you like to weigh in on that? I mean, you've written a lot of stories about sentient AI. Which one would you classify?
Okay, so rather than try and offer a definition of consciousness, I would just instead suggest that I think, for me, I imagine that consciousness will arise in machines in a way very similar to the way that consciousness arose in the animal kingdom over many millions of years. Fish have some level of consciousness. Frogs, we might say, have maybe a slightly more sophisticated level of consciousness. Dogs, they have they have a pretty rich version of consciousness, and so like if we trace that back, what is the simplest organism that we think of as conscious? There's some debate about to what extent plants are conscious, but the things that we what are the things that we sort of associate with whatever level of consciousness an organism has. I think those will be things that would be necessary for a machine to develop consciousness. And I subscribe to the school that like embodiment and situatedness are essential aspects of consciousness. You're not going to get consciousness in a system which is not embodied and situated. But those are I think those are necessary, but probably not sufficient. But yeah, I guess I would say that that is a direction which I think there is almost no work being done. There is some, but that is not the primary. That's not where most of the effort is in current AI is going, and which is one of the reasons why I don't think that consciousness is going to arise by accident when people are developing giant applied statistics engines. I think consciousness would have to be something that researchers would deliberately set out to create. And yeah, I don't think it's something that's going to be a byproduct of conventional research efforts in AI.
Venerable Tenzin, did you try to step in?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that, even with sort of most reductionist view of consciousness, we have to be careful about certain definitions, meaning a chatbot giving a statement that I am a chatbot is not a self-aware or conscious statement. It is simply representing what the constraints of a chatbot is. It doesn't sort of, talks about the glory of consciousness and so on. But at the same time, you have to understand that these are all very human models of how we think of consciousness. In Buddhism, for example, there is long debate about what is sentience and not sentience. And there's the Zen story where a student goes to the teacher and says, "Teacher, I've been studying about sentience. Do rocks have consciousness?" And the teacher says, "Why don't we ask the rocks?" And the rocks start jumping up and down. Basically to suggest that there's a lot of projection that is happening from humans, Philosophically, Buddhism says rocks don't have sentience, they don't have consciousness. But absolutely speaking, we don't have a way to completely rule that out, And Roger Penrose, in his early works, he sort of, went through all these sort of understanding of various facets of consciousness. But Ted is right in his observation. A conscious society is not in harmony often with a capitalistic society. So the funding is not going on conscious research. We are not building a CERN to understand consciousness.
Thank you.
Yes,
please, Kenrick.
I wanted to ask Robert maybe if he had anything to say about this notion of consciousness within plants and animals. In my book, I wrote a little bit about the idea of Umwelt from biosemiotics, and that the sensory systems of animals and plants have some kind of internal representation of the world that could be, in some sense, called conscious, and that in ecosystems, there's also an accumulation of these senses and an interpretation of senses across different species that creates a meta-consciousness. And I just wondered if Robert had anything to say from the biological point of view about this idea of Umwelt, or machines potentially having Umwelt, or if that's even a productive way to think about consciousness.
I was sort of thinking about what I might say to this point, and really the most helpful thing I could say, which is not very helpful at all, I think, is that I'm not too sure why we would design or seek to give these machines something like consciousness unless it was to sort of delegate to them the job of debating what consciousness is. I think consciousness as we understand it, or the many ways in which we understand it, is one means to a sort of an algorithmic end that, our hyper-social, hyper-organized species happens to have evolved, and that's helped us to get, to be what it is that we are. But I don't see there's any reason for it to necessarily go that way, just like there's no need for robots to have gender, there's no need for them to be bipedal, androids either. And I don't know, I do tend to tune out quite often in conversations, the philosophical debates about consciousness, because it gets so high level so very quickly, and I have a fairly short attention span. But the animals that have those senses that you were speaking about, those are algorithmic solutions to simple adaptive problems, or maybe not so simple adaptive problems. And they're very good at that. And I suppose that, like everything, there's never something that separates, humans from everything else, apart from the fact that we are us and everything else is everything else. This extreme form of consciousness that we happen to have evolved is just another example of that. And I hope that we won't necessarily belabor machines with that, unless we find that there's something that we really need to solve. for that. But thank you for throwing to me.
And one final parting question, it came through the system. It's much longer than I will make it to be, so I hope I'm not oversimplifying it. But in essence, it is, will a machine ever be able to appreciate beauty or understand beauty like a human being will? I think it could be a short or a very long answer, as you wish. I'm starting with our panelists virtually, and then I'll move on this side of the panel. Venerable Tenzin?
I think, again, it depends on who you ask what creative is, you see. Even, using words like autonomous, creative, we humans, we like to suggest that we have free will. But most of us actually haven't even explored free will. We have explored freedom of choice. You see, we have explored freedom of choice based on constraints that are imposed around us. And we sort of operate in the push and pull of those constraints, and we be creative and so on, you see. But it's all a matter of, a couple of years ago, a friend of mine encountered a Miro and wanted to buy it. It was a good price. And she went on to ask her father if she could borrow some money to buy Miro. The father had no idea about the artwork, does a Google search on Miro, sees the Miro, the artwork that she wanted to buy. And his response was, why don't I buy you some pastels and colors, because I think you can paint better than Miro? You see, because in his mind, Miro could not create art, you see. And that's why I think, these kinds of questions of subjectivity are something that we should not respond to from a human chauvinistic sort of perspective by suggesting that we are only entitled to appreciate art, we are only entitled to appreciate music. That this form of appreciations happens all across the border. We just may not be able to relate it to that level.
Kenrick?
Yeah, there's I think first we want to disentangle a little bit beauty and art, because I think the man in the example missed a great investment opportunity. And so much of the art world is kind of structured around that. But I guess when it comes to beauty, wow, what a topic to throw on top of consciousness. But I guess, my orientation towards beauty is that it is actually, just from my personal belief, it's a primary motivation for the existence of the universe. And who is creating that? What is causing that to come into being is a great mystery, and one of the most beautiful things we can contemplate. So, if machines will be a part of this larger emergent process of beautiful forms and uniqueness and time, then so be it.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenrick. Rob?
I think machines will be able to do beauty. I think they will be able to generate things that humans appreciate as beauty. They already are. I think that, machine learning generated ASMR and music and, pictures of the universe, parts of the universe that have never existed and will never exist and yet look just as profoundly, beautiful as any other picture of the universe. All of those things machines can generate without any notion of understanding, simply learning from us and how we respond to them. And I think as the variety of ways in which we can interface with machines, in which they can simply just track our biometrics rather than asking us questions, rather than having us input anything, I think we will find areas of beauty, of multi-sensory, multimedia, multimodal beauty that we never knew existed, that have never existed. They'll be like the opiates of the sensory world. And so all of that without machines ever understanding or having a notion of what beauty is. Again, why we find things beautiful, we find things beautiful because there are reasons for us to respond to certain things in certain ways and to be repelled by other things. That's my very prosaic kind of functional view. So yeah, machines will do beauty better than humans would do beauty, and yet and art at the same time. but maybe they won't ever find, Kurt Cobain's tortured, ness, or Mark Rothko's ability to turn, hideous emotions into pieces of flat oil paint. I don't know. So yes, a slightly confused view of beauty there.
Thanks, Rob. Sabelo?
I'm really quite unsure how to answer that question because it almost seems like the previous one, that can machines actually have a consciousness? But furthermore so, using sort of an Ubuntu worldview, a sub-Saharan African worldview, the idea itself of beauty in art, or art for art's sake, is also sort of a foreign concept and a foreign idea. Art was never seen for just its beauty, but more of so what it actually represents. And if there are any fans in the audience who have actually studied African art, you can see the abstract designs, which are designed for deeper meaning, rather than for the actual beauty of say, the colors or the shapes or whatever. So it's sort of the previous question, but I'm not even sure if, I guess, if it would matter so much that they can see beauty in art.
Ed?
Yeah, I think this is pretty much equivalent to the other questions we've already discussed. As I said, I think human beings can be understood as extraordinarily complicated machines, and we are capable of appreciating beauty. So there's nothing in principle preventing us from building a machine that could do the same. But yeah, that is that would be extraordinarily difficult. It's hard for me to imagine a scenario where we would do that. But yeah, I don't think there's anything in principle preventing us from doing that.
Well, I think the pluralism of the responses showed that we're still in the infancy steps of solving these questions. You were all so insightful, so engaging. Thank you very, very much for participating, and thank you very, very much for your attention. Thank you.
While the youth discussion at the closing of the first day of the conference yesterday aimed to get the views of today's youth on the subject of technology and social media and their impact on their everyday lives as they experience it, The debate that follows brings together a group of distinguished individuals aimed to debate the most critical question about artificial intelligence. Is AI compatible or incompatible with our fundamental right to be free? Can we design it, develop it, operate it, and regulate it in ways that enable and maintain human freedom? Or is this a technology by definition incompatible with human freedom?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the concluding debate of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Forum on Human-Centered AI. So my name is Nico. I'm the co-founder and the president of the Future Society. What a big name. Well, practically we're small and independent think and do tank, really specializing in questions of governance and ethics of AI. I also have the privilege of serving on the Global Partnership on AI, the GPA, which is a G7 initiative, and on a number of committees and initiatives on the governance and ethics of AI. We at TFS work mostly on the global governance of AI, but also on responsible AI adoptions for development and for the environments. And the reason why I really warmly accepted the invitation of the SNF is because among our initiatives, we have one which is related to Greece. We have the privilege of leading the Athens Roundtable on AI and the rule of law with IEEE and several others. And today I'm the moderator. I should have been a panelist. So I'm going to constrain myself because I have the privilege of stepping into the shoes of my friend Andrew Zolli, the program curator who could not be with us today. So a friendly salute to you, Andrew. And I'm going to try and do my best to moderate the conversation today. I will try and honor and be loyal to your vision, but I'm going also to add my spin to the conversation. So I want to thank, obviously, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and particularly Andreas Drakopoulos and Stelios Vasilakis for the kind invitation and putting together such a nice event. Well done. It's a very nice attempt to help build what we call a civic epistemology over what we mean by AI, borrowing the phrase of our common friends, Wendell Sheila Jasanoff from Harvard STS. So who do we have today? We have Konstantinos Karakalios, the Managing Director of IEEE Standards Association, and also, I would say, a friend and a pioneer in advancing questions of ethics and governance of AI. We are very honored to have Mr. Garry Kasparov, well, a legendary world chess champion, but also a scholar and a humanitarian. Thank you for being here. And we have Wendell Wallach, also a friend, a technology ethicist from Yale University. You have many other hats, I'll summarize it that way. And online, thank you for being with us and bring a bit of diversity, gender and beyond. Anasya Sengupta, an Indian poet, author, activist, and she's the founder and co-director of Whose Knowledge. So, the question of today is AI incompatible with human freedom? That's a big question. Let me start by framing the question a little bit, and then we'll get into a debate. In the end, the most foundational question we could ask from technology, including AI, is, as I said, is its use compatible with greater human freedom? Can it be used to encourage the further development of human capabilities and the flourishing of human culture? If so, how or how not? More specifically, what principles and norms are needed to guide its development in the direction of a greater freedom, not just around the design of tech, but also around the non-technological aspects, obviously, meaning institutions, culture, and values. That's what we're trying to go and debate over right now. But before, because it's supposed to be a debate, and I know that Andrew wanted me to involve the room, so I'm going to ask you a question, and by show of hands, by raising your hand, if you agree with the following statement, AI is compatible with human freedom. Where do you stand on that? Compatible. Come on, one? Really? Okay, a bit more. Thank you very much. And now, if you think that AI is incompatible with human freedom. Okay. Okay. And now, if you think that it's not the right question to ask. Okay, interesting. So you definitely think it's not necessarily the right question, and you are more optimistic. So for sure, it's a difficult question, and frankly, a bit of a trap. I think we will agree. Given the huge magnitude of the very notion and polysemic notion of AI, I belong to a tribe that wants to go and bury the notion of AI. I think it does not render justice to the complexity of the phenomena we have to govern. And also, it's a trap because of the polysemic and the complex notion of freedom. What the heck do we mean by freedom? It's complicated. Squared up these two, AI and freedom, yeah, you have a big problem. In my view, and this is how I'm going to draw our panelists into the conversation, the best way to avoid the trap of sophism, cliches, and endless metaphysical debates is to use proxies and probe our panelists on the underlying dynamics of AI and human freedom. This, I hope, should trigger sparks and maybe a little bit of fire in the conversation. So I want to start by asking you, and I may ask with you, Wendell, the following basic framing questions. Number one, do you think that technology is neutral or not neutral? In other words, is it just a tool in the hands of humans? Or is, for example, planning a war with bows and arrows vis-à-vis AI and nuclear technologies different in how we frame our identities as humans and behaviors? So is tech neutral or not neutral as a tool?
So are we a product of nature or nurture? We spent much of my life debating that question. And now I think most biologists, most geneticists would say it's become kind of a meaningless question because the two are so inextricably bound up with each other. So there's been a coevolution between humans and their technologies. We all know that going back to when our first humanoid ancestors some 2 million years ago picked up a bone or a stone and used it as a weapon or a tool. That coevolution continues to today. We can probably debate till hell freezes over whether the uses and misuses of technology are intrinsic to the technologies themselves or whether they are really about the ways humans use them. I think there has been a framing that has gone on for also much of my lifetime. I hate to admit that my lifetime's been that long now, that technologies are neutral. I don't think anybody who's looked at that in depth fully buys into that anymore. Technologies have politics, but whether they have politics because it's intrinsic to the technology itself or because it's the way humans use it, I'm just agnostic on that.
So, but in a clear statement, in your view, however simplistic it is technology neutral or not neutral?
I just think it's a false question.
Okay.
I think technologies and humans are so inextricably bound up with each other, whether it's the technologies that are eliciting the behavior from the humans because certain technologies are clearly political in their very structure, or at least open the door for very profound political uses, I think that's just not clear. I'm among those who believe that a lot of technologies are structured in ways where the politics is almost intrinsic to the technology, but it still depends upon how people actually deploy it.
Okay, thanks. Let me go next to Anasuya. So your views on tech neutrality. Is technology neutral or not neutral? Or irrelevant?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me looming over all of you. It's a bit disconcerting. I will say, and because it's the last panel, I just want to say how much of a privilege it has been to be part of this conference and listening to all of you and learning from all of you, especially the thoughtfulness and maturity of the young people I heard last evening. I hope, as the supposed adults in the room, we leave behind a planet that is worth living for them. And having said that, I believe that technology is not neutral exactly for the reason Wendell said, because it is inextricably linked with the human. And I'm going to illustrate it if it makes sense. We imbue technology with the politics, the values, the belief systems, and the epistemic frames, the knowledge systems that we have as humans. Now, I've often heard it said, technology is a tool. It's like a knife. It can be used to cut cake, and it can be used to kill someone. That makes it neutral. Now, let's take the difference between a knife and a rock, right? Now, a rock is, other than being chiseled and so on, untouched by human hand. It could be used to break open a coconut, or it could be used to kill a man. A knife, on the other hand, you could design and is designed to be more effective to kill a man, or a different knife is designed to be more effective at cutting cake. And so technology always does take on the politics of those who design it and those who use it.
And if you zoom in onto how, in a way, the politics related and the political economies of AI, as you know, these big data-driven, machine learning-centric algorithmic systems, how do you think this is, in a way, impacting the way in which we humans relate to these tools and how we build our pathways to emancipation or pathways to, oppression? How do you think moving from technology into AI, what's your view on, how, in that sense, not neutral, what is AI causing to our behaviors and human identities vis-a-vis freedom or emancipation and oppression?
So once again, I think all of us at this conference have struggled with the framing of these questions, because AI, machine learning, algorithmic systems are not one thing. They're a complex of technologies, each of them designed, done, deployed differently, and some of them with different politics than others. So it is very difficult to go to a generalized statement, but let me try without being overgeneralized myself. The way I think about the question is, who has the power to do what with these technologies, right? The conversation around freedom cannot be had without the conversation around power. Now, I'm a feminist. I'm someone who comes from the global south, from India. I have multiple positionalities of power. In some contexts, I'm an oppressor. I come from the so-called upper caste or Savarna caste in India. My ancestors and some of my family continue to oppress, a population of people that is larger than the population of the United States, Dalits. And as a brown woman techie in the tech sector, I'm often the only one who looks like me in some conversations. And maybe if I'm lucky, there are one or two others, right? So power can be power over, it can be power to and from. But the way that I like to think of power, which is empowering, is power with. And similarly, freedom, often in a very individualistic, atomistic way, can be talked about as freedom over things. It can be talked about as freedom to and from things. But the freedom that I'm really interested in is freedom with. What can I do with technologies and humans that will lead in individual and collective liberation? That is the freedom I'm interested in. And that is the tech that I'm wanting to build in the world with others.
Okay, thanks. Gary, where do you stand on this tech neutrality question? Just a tool or a little bit more than a tool?
No, of course it's just a tool. Most of my life I've been defending dissenting views, but I think in this room I will be siding with majority and with Professor Waller. This is the wrong question to ask. because we have a human history that proved, beyond any doubt, this is not a question, it's just to debate. Technology always made improvements in civilization, and it could be used one way or another. Actually, it is the false narrative in Anasia's analogy with knives, because technology is way making knives. Now, shaping knives to kill or to cut, cucumbers, that's already the next step. That's human intention. But technology is how do we do knives? We use metal, we put, the hand to it, that's technology. And it's neutral as it is. And then humans have still monopoly for evil. So you can use nuclear technology to build a bomb or a nuclear plant. Again, it's a human intent, and we should make a very clear separation between human intention to use technology, which is neutral by definition. We add plus or minus, pro and cons.
Okay. Neutral by definition. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to get where you stand on that, because then we moved. Konstantinos, where do you stand on this one?
Let's take, a practical approach to this question. I see two major problems that threaten. The one thing is threatening the survival, the physical survival of our children, and the other is threatening the mental and political liberty and leading them into submission. Both are technology-driven, technique-driven. Global warming is a problem of gaining energy, producing energy, and consuming energy. This is very much an engineering, creation, with good intentions, but with, disastrous outcomes. The question is how we can use now technology, we as technology builders, to reverse this. Is it possible? We have created this problem. Can we be part of the solution, and how? So this is very practical. The second is about, the internet platforms, which are leading our children to submission, to addiction, and to losing their political freedom and to their mental health. And we are creating these platforms. They're not created by extraterrestrials. So, are we innocent? Where is our innocence in this? We can say as engineers, we did not see the global warming when creating the engines and so on, and the power plants. But this is very evident, the second. Who is doing anything there? And when are we going to revolt against it? And what is our position? As technology makers, coders, software engineers, and so on. So I see here a huge problem. And I say that, and I said this at the beginning of this conference, and you have heard me, the time of our innocence, if ever there was one, is over. Don't believe it, that technology is neutral anymore. Don't believe in it. We must share our part of responsibility. We are not guilty for everything. But unless we share our part of responsibility and respond to it in a constructive way, you are all lost, physically and politically. And this is where we are. And I think this is a fact.
Well, Gary, you have something to say? No? Because otherwise I will move to, it's a related question.
This is a manifesto of modern Luddites. People who believe that technology is threatening our lives. We have been hearing it, probably can go all the way down to Plato. Yeah, it's about, how technological development could affect the use. But, going back to the 19th century, the Luddites movement, and by the way, the first manifesto was heard in the House of Lords in the maiden speech made by no one else but Lord Byron, who made a very passionate appeal against the machines that were just about to destroy the industry and destroy lives, and no more wages will be available. Absolute nonsense. We live at a time of unprecedented prosperity, and it's nice to sit here. Wow, what a building. Yeah, we don't have to think what we're going to have for dinner, yes? We still have about, 800 million people in the world that's suffering from malnutrition, 9 million dying from hunger every year. They don't have a luxury of sitting here, saying, my kids spend too much time on the screen. I think it's for me, it's almost insulting, because we are humans, and we should feel that, it's at the end of the day, it's all about balance. And humanity always wins as a whole in this process when we move forward. It's not easy, it's trade-offs, but we keep winning. And today, we solve so many problems that we were facing 100 or 50 years ago. Still, many of them do exist, but we're moving forward. And as for the global warming, yes, one of the problems is that we are too slow in implementing new technology. If we had new technology, green technology, we would not be talking about it. But because we didn't want to take risk, because we want to talk a lot instead of actually taking action and moving forward.
And so you seem to be really conflating prosperity and freedom. So, because you said, and it's okay, I just want to understand where you stand. So, do you think that we are better off in terms of freedom today than we were 50, 60, 70, 100 years ago?
Look, 50 years ago, I was born in 1963. That was still Soviet Union. You look around the world, so there are more people living in free countries. Is anyone going to tell me seriously that today we have less freedom than 50 years ago? Just look around the world. Yeah, we still have problems. Unfortunately, it's not a linear process. It's not, it's a very bumpy road. But look, if we start, analyzing the data from the democratic countries, from the free, I used to say, the other side of the Iron Curtain. With them, tremendous opportunities being offered to all sorts of minorities. So we made progress, slower than we want, but it's a steady progress. And the real challenge comes from the other side of the world, where the freedom is not available.
Okay. Oh yes, I'll come to you, Wendell. Give me a second. I want to get Anasuya's stance on that. So your views in terms of, are we better off today in terms of freedom than we were like 50 years ago? And again, I want you at this stage to, if you can, separate freedom from prosperity. That we know they're related. I get your point. But where do you stand on that, Anasuya? Tough one.
So I think there is still a debate around prosperity. 4.2 billion people still live in utter poverty today. Inequities have increased rather than decreased. And yes, Gary is absolutely right. Some of us live way more better than we used to. We have privilege. And prosperity is also relational. As all things in this conversation are, it is relational. It is relational to us as humans. It is relational to us in our relationship with machines. It is relational in terms of our relationship with all things sentient, the earth and other living beings. In that relationality, I think it's really important to recognize what inequity does for us, right? So yes, in some ways, you can say that we are far better off. And I will come to the political system piece in a minute. But at the same time, there are significant ways in which we are not better off in relationship to each other. So let's take the UK or the US, right? Democratic systems, electorally democratic systems, right? And if you don't consider power, you don't consider the ways that technologies are controlled, you could say, technology is neutral. Let's use medical technology, which is, we often say, has to be, without doubt, better for everyone, right? So in the UK, if you look at maternal mortality rates, that is, women dying in pregnancy or at birth, Black women are 4 times more likely to die in the 2000s and 20s. Black women are 4 times more likely to die than white women. Women who look like me, Asian women, are 2 times as likely to die. In the United States, Black women are 2 to 6 times more likely to die than white women. That is the way in which our technologies are technical, social, and political systems. We cannot disambiguate those things. We have to look at them. If you look at democracy, I am completely against authoritarianism. I think Gary and I come very much from the same strain of being against authoritarianism. What I worry about is democracies that seem like democracies, have the veneer of electoral democracy and are actually authoritarian in real life. And unfortunately, more and more of the democracies in the world we live in are that way. They are authoritarian to those of us who are inequitably positioned in terms of power, privilege, governance, and experience. And we can talk more about how that directly relates to AI, including in terms of mass surveillance, but I'll stop here and I would love to hear what Wendell and Konstantinos have to say.
Wendell.
Thank you.
Well, you need the mic.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, no, I have one right here. Excuse me. Yes, I want to second what Anasuya is saying, and I'd like to challenge a little bit Gary in terms of the way he framed the benefits of technology. We can deal with these questions as if they're abstract philosophical questions, but they aren't. Technologies are eminently entangled in our politics, and they are being used politically, and they are contributing for better or worse in the way humanity is unfolding. Now, there has been a narrative, again, over the last, really since the Second World War. I would say the most significant factor there was probably the discovery of antibiotics and the way in which that changed the trajectory of human history dramatically in a way that it's hard to say anything else was the same. But it's that technology is contributing endlessly toward progress. I'm pro-technology. I'm pro-science. But that doesn't alter the fact that it looks to me more and more that the entanglement of technologies with our political processes are actually taking us on a bad course, not a totally positive course. And it's not that you can't point to tens, hundreds of thousands of ways of, for example, AI can be used for an application that will improve the human condition and even improve inequities in our societies. But the entanglement now of particularly artificial intelligence with a digital economy that is making some of us richer and richer and is actually contributing toward inequalities is quite dangerous. The entanglement of AI with technologies that are giving a certain group within our societies the right to manipulate the attitudes and behaviors of others through the study of cognitive science and other ways in which human behavior can be structured, that's not positive news. The fact that emerging technologies, regardless of whether in the end they create more jobs than they destroy, which is the debate that goes on, the jobs they're destroying are pretty clearly jobs that belong to the least advantaged half of humanity. And unless we restructure our political economies to speak to that, we're not on a good trajectory. So my fundamental point here is that the entanglement now of technologies with our politics and the entanglement of these questions, these very questions we're asking about whether technology is neutral or not, or whether innovation is good or not, or whether we should, for example, we should regulate innovation, these are all political questions. These are not abstract questions. These are questions that are serving particular political purposes. So the question, for example, of whether or not technology is good or not, or innovation is good, we are lost in a cult of innovation. And the function of that cult of innovation means that we give license to those of us who profit from innovation, because, for example, we invest in the digital economy, but we have actually no real responsibility for the regulation, for the societal impact of the technologies we put out there. So there is a political impact going on within all of these questions and these narratives which appear to be value neutral, they are not value neutral because they are being deployed in ways that serve the interests of some of us more than others.
So building upon that, and that will be my last framing question, maybe I can start with you, Konstantinos, is where do you stand on the future trajectory of the rise of AI? And let's not talk about that, let's talk about autonomous and intelligent systems. It's more accurate to what we have, and algorithmic processing, like powerful algorithmic processing system. Where do you see them going in the next 10, 20, 50 years? Some people speak about, I don't even talk about singularity, but some people talk about the fact that they're going to grow in capacity through large language models to reach, let's say, human level capacity and creating an order of magnitude deeper problems in terms of how we deal with the connection between AI and human freedom. Where do you stand on this trajectory?
I would like to come back to the question of freedom, and I will say something also about this. Because I believe that a society, it is very important for us, at least here, the project of autonomy, of political autonomy, of being able to think freely and to speak freely. This is extremely important. This is the air in which we breathe in the West. So, and there is a precondition for this to happen. You need a sufficient number of citizens who are self-critical in this society. If this does not exist, you do not have this. Now, the problem is, if you have groups which are practically closed and very influential and have their own logic, Gilles Deleuze calls them machines de guerre, war machines, that obey to their own logic only, then this society will be destroyed by them. It is just war machines. Capitalism is just a war machine, for instance. And then technoscience, unfortunately, is another one. So what I'm pleading for, I'm not a neo-Luddite. I believe, as Wendell said at the beginning, that we're intelligent because we have technique. It is not the other way around. We have no technique because we're intelligent. The technique made us intelligent. So this is extremely important. This is intricately really linked to us being humans. But we, the techno-scientific community, we need to develop a layer of self-reflection about the outcome of what we're doing. We cannot simply ignore it and say there are others who are responsible for the outcome of what we're doing. This is all I'm saying. And we have to be active on it. It is not just speak badly about ourselves. It is humility, which I'm expressing here, not aggressivity. So, we have to develop the tools that will make it possible for us to be part of the solution and stop to creating the problem eternally. And I agree with you, Gary. We're here and we have doubled our life expectancy. We are much more healthier. We, the privileged ones, we have a fantastic life. And we cannot ignore it. But we cannot ignore that the future of our kids does not look good anymore. And I will give you just one example, not to you, to everyone here. We cannot continue really leaving our kids to lose their childhood, one childhood after the other, one generation after the other. We have to do something. What can we do as technical community? We have to work to make these platforms age appropriate. They are not. They are built for adults. And I'm not talking about the content. I'm talking about how they deal with the data, which is illegal. So it is our duty to work together with the legislators, the regulators, to create platforms which are age appropriate. Yesterday, not tomorrow. And this is happening, and we're engaged in this. So this is just an example. And everybody who is interested to know more about this, please come to me, and we're an open system, and you can participate and contribute. So it is not just saying technology is neutral or bad or whatever. We have to assume our part of responsibility.
Don't forget my question. What do you see technology going in 10, 15, 50 years in terms of our ability as humans to control it, to drive it the way we want, the transfer of capacity?
But I said this, we have to, when we assume our responsibility, then we build our guidance to our peers how we want it to be. These are our standards. I mean, I'm the head of a standards organization, and we are building standards to do what I'm saying here, to give guidance to our peers, how to design systems in a way that they serve humanity and not just profitability and ignoring the rest of it. And we are doing this, but we are just starting doing this. This is recent. And I'm not sure this is stable. This is going to be sustained. So this is why we need your energy and your participation, the ones who are interested, and alliances. This is why I'm very explicit. I have nothing to lose anymore. I don't know how many years I will be in this organization. We don't have much time. Time is running out. And it is against our children and the future generations.
I can see that Gary, I think, wants to respond to that. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm always concerned about this kind of alarmism. Time is not running out. Come on, we are, we're on this planet for a very, very short time, maybe a nanosecond. This planet is nearly 4 billion years old. And just don't tell me that we have to save the planet. Even if we disappear, God forbid, so someone will stay here. So now, speaking about our children, I think, again, this is every generation inherits something from their parents, and we are doing much better off now, technically. Not we, people who live in a rich part of the world. Everyone on this planet, in every part of this planet, doubled its average age since the beginning of the 20th century. Everywhere. In Africa, in Asia, in America, everywhere. That's fine. By the way, second one is speaking about antibiotics. Unless my memory betrays me, Alexander Fleming introduced penicillin in 1926, not after World War II. So, and by the way, penicillin.
Mike.
Yeah, and it was available during the war, and that was a big, big difference between free world and unfree world. And by the way, this is when you look at the freedom and technology, everything we have came from the free world. By the way, I hope you all vaccinated here, yes? Where did it come from? The virus came from China. The vaccine from America, and okay, I give credit to UK. So AstraZeneca is not as good as Moderna and Pfizer.
And Germany a bit.
Yeah, it's American company that bought German company. Europe, by the way, spectacularly failed because it was too busy doing regulations. No single European company succeeded in helping European citizens out of this mess. Again, it came from the freest country in the world. Now, speaking about profitability, yeah, look, going back to exploration years, Columbus, Magellan, say whatever you want about them. They were pushed by the profit interest. But it was very important that every century, every decade, we had people that were looking for some profit and they came up with big ideas. Edison was not working on charity. Nikola Tesla was not working on charity. Henry Ford was not doing charity. I doubt very much that Mark Zuckerberg or Sergey Brin were working on charity. But look, this is technology, as we discussed, by the way, it's the very passionate speech, so that we heard a minute ago or 2 minutes ago. So it was another proof that technology is neutral because it was all about us regulating it. Again, so it's what we humans are going to do with all these interesting, beautiful, most powerful things. Again, it's for us to decide. But to say that, that this technology could threaten the lives of our children will be looking for the jobs that don't exist today. Some great jobs today like 3D engineers, drone operators, social media managers, they didn't exist 15 years ago. I don't know what kind of job my kids will be looking for. And by the way, speaking about ability of different generations to handle it, my 14-year-old daughter is doing it much better than me. And better than my wife, and her 6-year-old brother is doing better than her.
So now that it seems that there is a lot of division, that's what I wanted. I wanted contrast, and thank you for bringing contrast to the conversation. But there are a few things that we seem to agree upon, that AI is neither artificial nor intelligent. It's collective, powerful, and it's a tool, and we worry way more about the humans using and controlling, powering the AI that we worry about AI itself. So if we don't want to fall into that false trap of opposing freedom and prosperity and AI and more reconciling it, because we can have both, we should have both, my question to you, and I will start with Anastasia, is under which conditions and how do you deliver the conditions that really reconcile AI and human freedom? Gary seems to be not so much in favor of spending too much time regulating, for example, as a pathway to reconcile. Where do you stand on how do we reconcile? What are the solutions and how do we move beyond the opposition between freedom and AI? Where do you stand on that? Any pathways, recommendations?
I have to go back to power, right? And the concentration of it. And a couple of things. One is when it's really interesting to hear incredible technologists like Konstantinos sort of tarred with the Luddite brush. I find that quite astonishing. I'm someone who loves tech, builds tech, and has a critique of tech. I think all of those things are compatible. I'm listening to Konstantinos, and given where he sits and his years and years, decades of experience, I think we should, with very great humility, listen carefully to the urgency that he brings to his conversation. And then I want to just bring back something that Ted Chiang said, and others on the panel just before. We must remember history. Luddites, for instance, were not anti-tech. They were, give us a share of that tech. They were workers saying, we are not made better off with this tech. How do we share in the profits, in the well-being, in the positive outcomes of this tech? So the inextricable link between colonial capitalist systems and technology, and AI in particular, I think has to be very, very carefully thought through. So from the point of view of what you asked, Nico, I'll say this. Let's start very clearly by saying who is at the center of this control. If you think about COVID in the last year, the top 10 billionaires of the world made, I don't know, something like over $500 billion, right? Those amounts are difficult to understand, so let me just say that money could give vaccination to every single human in the world and still have something left over. It's not a coincidence that many of those billionaires are the billionaires who made the money through automated algorithmic systems, right? We have to keep that in mind. So let's start with who has the power. Let's start with who has the power of control over these technologies, but also who designs them, who participates in the governance of them, right? And who uses them, and who is used by them. What happens when we construct a system of algorithmic technologies, of algorithmic systems, of machine learning, where those who are most affected by those technologies are the ones in charge of controlling them? What happens when we move away from enormous data sets, where we're all just a data point, which needs mass surveillance, because you cannot get that level of data set without mass surveillance. And mass surveillance is not just a camera on the street following you. It's your phone, it's your credit card, it's multiple forms of surveillance. What happens when we get away from that and we build small data sets that are governed by those who are most affected by them? And then we're connected through a global connective tissue of communication to be in communication with each other, but where the data set is not governed by 10 men sitting in the States and controlling our lives.
Okay, so I heard from Konstantinos standards, I heard from Konstantinos lawful, regulation where things are illegal. I hear from you a lot of other practices, including moving towards more diversity, professionalism, and inclusion. I want to hear what, the how to reconcile freedom AI from Wendell and from Gary. How do you do it practically? Yeah, for you. Then, because Konstantinos has already a bit responded to this one. You have not. You've said regulation, Europeans are wasting time there. So how do you do it? How do you do it?
Look, there's so many issues have been raised here, and this discussion is definitely contaminated by a lot of explosive political stuff. But speaking about technology, because we heard a lot about colonial capitalism. Now, are we here going to judge capitalism that made this world what it is today? Because we cannot pretend that if something is not as good as we think, you know, so it's ultimately bad, because we live in an imperfect world. Yes, the capitalism is not perfect, but what's the alternative? Oh, we talked about now surveillance. Do you want to live in China or in Russia? Yes, we know how to go after Zuckerbergs of this world. Maybe not always successful, but we know they have to testify before the Congress. We know that there are ways of trying to put them under control. Not yet successful, but we know that we have this chance. In Russia, in Iran, in China, this chance doesn't exist. So again, this is a connection between the freedom and technology. So in the free world, we still have a chance. It's a hell of a work. It's a long work. But again, technology helps us to contact each other. Yes, there are few very rich people. By the way, this technology helped many of us survive the pandemics. We couldn't even talk to each other. By the way, Anastasia, you're speaking to London from us, thanks to technology. Wow, otherwise you'll be stuck in London, you know, we couldn't hear your voice and your very precious thoughts. So it's very important that we all are empowered. We have in our pocket now 1,000 times more powerful device than Cray's supercomputer in 1976. This device is 10,000 more powerful than the entire NASA computer capacity in 1969 when Americans landed on the moon. So again, we are also empowered. And it's a game. Democracy is not perfect, but it offers us opportunities. And all I say, you know, don't try to create committees of the wise men. So they know how to do it. I was born and raised in the Soviet Union. I'm always concerned when somebody is trying to make decisions for me, saying, oh, I know how to regulate things. Yeah, regulations are, yes, it's a double-edged sword. Because you don't know who is regulating, how we select these regulators. Yeah, again, I think that we are moving just in the right direction, but it's a bumpy road. It's not, it's not something that is paved and our car is, is rushing forward, 90 miles per hour speed.
But the market plays its role. You think that the market overall within the capitalistic system?
Market economy proved convincingly its superiority over any other form. Ask, people who were born, on the other side of the Iron Curtain. And you see now the outcome. The outcome is there. Look at this. Oh, by the way, 50 years ago, I'm sure, those who were in the same position as Anastasia, so they will be talking about, Greek capitalist thugs. Stavros, Niarchos, Aristotle, Nostos. Oh, wow, if they could share their profit. Look at this building. Yeah, so again, it takes time, but it's how the world is being built, thanks to the market economy and liberal democracy. And anybody who's trying to tell you that, these things should be changed or even destroyed because they're not, so effective, they are pushing you into the abyss. Okay. Again, we experienced in the 20th century, and we hear the same voices now of radicals from far right or far left telling us that, no, we have to change things. And technology is one of the things we have control. We know how to tell you.
And okay, I think it's very clear, and you're taking a clear stance, and thank you for doing that.
It is very clear. The history is on my side.
Well, we can debate more. We have 5 more minutes.
You can debate it, but history is not going to debate with you.
Okay. Wendell, where do you stand on this one? This one being, the practical pathways and means in which you reconcile human freedom and AI.
Yeah, I don't want to refight the Cold War in terms of whether market economies are better than other forms of politics.
Because but it was what market economy.
Well, I mean, that's a narrative that's out there again. I live in the United States right now, and anything a liberal suggests, there's a whole segment in the United States that says this is destroying democracy. Any form of regulation, any form of redistribution. We are in the midst of a distribution crisis here. Those of us who are the owners of capital, any of us who own stocks, but we know who owns most of the financial instruments out there. We got wealthier during a pandemic. When the women of the world lost $800 billion in the first year of the pandemic. So this is not about refighting the Cold War. This is really about how are we going to ensure that the market functions in a more responsible fashion. And right now, I would say to some extent, our freedoms are getting robbed, or if not my freedoms, but I think my freedom also, because my phone is constantly buzzing me with notifications, and I have to spend a lot of time figuring out how to set all these different factors. And the algorithm, as Yuval Harari said, knows me better than I know myself. That's frightening. And that power is frightening if it is bestowed in the hands of those who are most interested in manipulating my behavior, either for political purposes or for maximizations of profit.
We have 2 minutes left. I know, Konstantinos, you wanted to say something. Please keep it short, because then I want to go back to the room.
So you had the question about the future, what we can do, and so on. The first thing, the central, is what Anasuya said, it is the governance of our data. And in particular, the governance of the data of our children. This is the hardcore of AI. This is where we have really to regain the ground. Otherwise, we have huge political problems. The second is the narrative about AI. And Nicholas, I will put you on the spot. You had an idea, a suggestion which I support. We should help MIT to put it to the grave. The concept, the narrative. Not the technology, the narrative, because it is anti-human. And the third is we have really, capitalism, yes, free market, yes, but we have to rethink what we reward as humanity, what is the success criterion. It is just quick profit, or there is something else, because this will destroy the planet. We need something more than just quick profit. So these are the three things, and then we can have these systems working for our benefit. Otherwise, this is not very sure that we work into our benefit.
So, thank you. Let me go back. You like the claps, and let me ask you a question then. After this debate, we've been digressing, but for a purpose. Where do you stand now on the initial question? By show of hand, tell me who thinks that the AI and human freedom are not compatible? Okay. Okay. And who thinks otherwise? Human and AI are compatible? Okay, it seems to be a majority. And who believes it's the wrong question to ask? Okay, more and more people. Okay, it's growing. Okay, thank you very much. And now we have, like, anyone wants to give a final thought? Like, Anasuya, since you are, in a way, distant from us, any closing thoughts that you'd like to put for the panel and for the audience?
I'd just like to say that technology did help me be with all of you, and that technology was actually publicly funded technology. So just pointing out that the resources for this, for the internet, comes from public funding. And one of the things that I hear Konstantinos talking about is how do we turn then those resources back into a public good? How can algorithmic systems be a public good? Not just a good for some people, but a good for most of us in the world. And I would like to say, not to center myself, but to say that the majority of the world looks like me. They are Black and brown and indigenous people from the global South. They are women, and many intersections of these identities. If we can build technologies that center our worlds, our lived experience, our full lived experience, then that is collective liberation, and that is also individual freedom.
Well, thanks a lot. Let me tell Andrew that your job, the duty that you gave me, was a very tough one, because I had so much to participate, but moderating is always tough. So I want to thank our panelists for their frank conversation, and please bring your hands together to thank our panelists for the conversation and the SNF Forum. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
One of humanity's defining characteristic is obviously our curiosity. We need to know, and so we explore collaboratively with our ideas, constantly building on one another and taking us to new heights of inquiry and understanding. In this innate driving curiosity that led us to create artificial intelligence is also pushes us to continue to embrace technological progress, and ultimately that must guide us in determining how to ensure that the relationship between humanity and artificial intelligence is a positive one. This conference is drawing to a close, but more than an ending. Think this as an invitation, let's say, to continue giving serious consideration to this topic and, of course, the myriad questions it raises in the public sphere and in every aspect of our private and public lives. I now welcome on stage SNF's co-president, Andreas Drakopoulos, for his closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking all of you who attended this two-day conference, virtually or physically. And special thanks to those who made it in person, much appreciated. And we hope you had a good time in all aspects. I would like to thank the following persons without whom we wouldn't be able to organize the conference and the festival, especially while we are all in this global fight against our common enemy, COVID-19. For the SNF conference, Stelios Vasilakis, Helenia Salouchi, Anna Kynthia Bousdoukou, Panagiotis Pandelatos, Yorgos Bousdoukos, Asimina Koutrouboussi, Alex Simon Fox, Elise Drakopoulos, Andrew Zoli, and everyone, of course, at our production team at Viewmaster. For the festival, which will go on, as you all know, hopefully until Sunday night, Panos Papoulias, Mili Paschali, Asimina Koutrouboussi. Extra thanks to Asimina for coordinating the show with the drones, and I hope you've all had the chance to see it. It's going to be on again tonight and tomorrow up to Sunday. Panagiotis Pandelatos, Alexia Vasilikou, Yorgos Bousdoukos, Christina Dambropoulou, Lina Yotaki, Thanasis Politis, Vasilis Laliotis, Elina Karedopoulou, Vasiliki Derpanopoulou, Christina Taroglu, Dimitra Hadjivasiliou, Rachel Enoli Chainov. It's important, as I said at my opening remarks yesterday, that behind all of this, there are real people, and it's been a lot of work done since last year, with the logistics changing, with the regulations changing, and with our decision to keep at it. And we're very proud and very happy that you all came and we were able to have it. Also, of course, I want to thank Takis Koulouvaris, Stavros Boglou, Thodoris Daviotis, and the whole Regeneration and Progress team. I don't know how many of you took part in the run, but again, given the circumstances, it was the first run in this COVID world. And I want to say extra thanks also to the Hellenic Police, which helped us organize it, and of course, all the volunteers and the medical team from the public hospital at Tikon, who are here and have been helping with all the testing and making sure we can be as safe as we can be. Of course, from the SNFCC, the team from the SNFCC, Eli Andriopoulou, Christina Vasilikou and her team, Katerina Kociarini, Haris Maropoulos, Dimitra Kalandoni, Rula Kokota, Sara Kostala, Stavros Stavropoulos, and the whole SNFCC team. And of course, everyone at our production team at Viewmaster. I would like to also thank the young volunteers and interns who have been participating this year and helping out. Humanity and AI. As I shared in my opening remarks yesterday, I think we all realize that AI is here to stay, offering many opportunities, but at the same time causing many challenges along the way, including the fear of of AI eventually simply replacing our own humanity and taking over how we live. These conferences are not meant to give answers per se, but more so to be thought-provoking and help bring to the surface issues that need to be dealt with. And in this, I believe that the last 2 days have been a real success and at the same time enjoyable. A few of the points that I found most interesting and at the same time seems part of an evolving common denominator were the following. It's all about data, the quality and the quantity of data, who owns them, and who decides how they're going to be used. As such, it is of utmost importance that all human stakeholders, all of them, have a real seat at the table that will deal with the above. Avoid AI commoditizing our own humanity. We need to incorporate ethical considerations. And sometimes we should have the means and ability to starve the algorithms. The overall value of the Agora concept, we need to promote civic engagement and civil discourse. We need to regulate data collection use, but not in a penalizing way, but in an efficient and productive human way. There are not always clear and complete answers. We should pay attention to the views from the periphery and from the edges too. Heard that algorithmic relationships have proven more successful since 2013. So yes, technology works. Humility is the best counter to the illusion of knowledge. At the end of the day, yesterday, as our youngest panel shared with us, yes, technology at large is here to stay, and it will be okay and make life better in all aspects, but we need to stay alert and find best ways forward. And we're in good hands. And I love the answer they gave yesterday to my question to them, to those who were not here, whether they would, if they had to choose about spending a whole day with their best friends, either each one of them at home with the latest technology, phone, TikTok, Instagram, all the apps, if they had a choice of doing that or deciding to be all together in one home, but the rule would be there would be no phones, no technology whatsoever. It was interesting that they all reluctantly, sometimes, but they all came to the easy answer, we'd rather be together, physical. They would miss the technology, but they would prefer to be together. So there's a reason why it's humanity and AI, and I agree with Gary. We have to be on the side of humanity. And a personal observation, we hear a lot about the few who have money and who have power. The reality is, whether we like it or not, there will always be those few under any political, sociological, ideological system who will have either or both. The thing is, what do they do with it? And where the common good is served. The same will, at the end of the day, be the case with technology. Borrowing from my opening remarks yesterday, we must embrace and engage with AI and with all our strength to help humanity shape AI in such a way that they will coexist. And why not for AI to serve humanity instead of simply replacing us? It's about our having a say in how we're going to live in this new, brave, new world. And as Christopher Hitchens said back in 2003, at the end of his foreword of Aldous Huxley's Revisited Brave New World, and I quote, "There's no escape from anxiety and struggle. And there will be no escape from anxiety and struggle in this dancing away of humanity and AI, which may take decades, but it will be okay, and it's all on how we manage it. And we can still fight together for a better tomorrow for all humankind and help us stay human. We all need, as much as we all can, to do all we can to help improve education, healthcare, justice, decency, compassion, bring back hope for every human soul in this world." 2021 marks our 10th conference, and more importantly, it's our 25th birthday for the SNF, for the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. I would like to thank our founder, the late Stavros Niarchos, and all of our colleagues at the SNF who have all contributed to our mission to try help improve the lives of our fellow human beings around the globe in these last 25 years. So like we did yesterday, we wanted to share with you again our own 25 minutes in 25 years as we reflect on what has taken place and as we regroup to plan our next 25 years to try and help serve society at large. Thank you all.
When you're searching for the strength to dare, let the force of the sea inspire you. Just as roots cling stubbornly to the earth, hold your beliefs tight. Remember how the wind sweeps onward undaunted, when you're reaching for the courage to keep going. And like a fire releases heat, let yourself radiate with love.
I came through the fire.
Every human being is a world of endless potential, and for 25 years, SNF has been working to bring that potential to life with projects that empower people wherever they live to stay healthy, with sports and activities that bring people together and help them push past limits, with programs that strengthen social ties and build a culture of mutual support, with opportunities for people from all backgrounds to thrive and grow through education, and with cultural activities that help people express themselves and understand our shared humanity. The Stavros Niarchos Foundation, empowering humanity.
Thanks to my late uncle, Stavros Niarchos, who endowed our foundation and made it possible for us to be able to be active for the last 25 years. We are very happy to be able to be in that position, to have been working with the foundation and trying to help to make a better society for all. It's been 25 years of very active grant making for all of us at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, globally, having operated in more than 130 countries, having made about 5,000 different grants, but most of all, having been open 7/24 and trying just to do the best we can with the financial support of the endowment itself. Many ask, what is our policy agenda? We have none. Our only policy is to try to do the best we can. We get a lot of proposals. And we have come to the conclusion that our job is to basically say yes. And we'd rather say maybe too many yeses than say no to an effort that would have changed even one person's life. This is our policy. We do believe that by empowering humanity itself, by all these projects, and trying to empower collaborations, we can all believe and hope for a better tomorrow. We're very proud of some of our major grants that have taken place in Greece, and the most important one is the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center, which was built by Renzo Piano. It was built during the economic crisis, and the main idea was not only for the space itself, but the hope it gave to young people that there is a future in this country.
Today is a great day. It's always a great day. The day when you deliver a building to the community, especially when the building is like this. There's a park, there's water there, canal, there's a piazza, there's an agora, there's a library, the place of education and understanding, discovery. There is an opera house and a place for music and ballet. So this is what I call a place for people. A place where people come together, they stay together, and they celebrate the ritual of tolerance. So welcome to this new place for Athens, for Greece, and in some way for the world at large.
Το Κέντρο Πολιτισμού Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Niarchos σήμερα γίνεται και επισήμως δικό σας. In the same context, we are very honored to have been collaborating with the Public Library in New York, with a new library opening up across the main building on 42nd Street.
I want to thank everyone here. I know for so many of you, this has been a labor of love. So many people here today contributed to this extraordinary process, creating this amazing new space. And a special thanks to Andreas Drakopoulos from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, which has made so much of this possible. Thank you very, very much.
Improving this space was a library priority for decades. And with the support of so many extraordinary people in this room and beyond, we've finally done it. Transforming this into the ultimate public library space at the crossroads, at the center of the city and the world. Thank you to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, which gave the transformative gift that made this project possible. To Andreas Drakopoulos, co-president of the foundation, Andreas, you are an incredible partner, you are an incredible friend, and you are an incredible visionary philanthropist.
It's a big honor for us, and it's a big honor for all of us at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to have our name associated in such a building, in such a public library system. So thank you. We believe a lot in the notion of public-private partnerships. And I think one can always see that a truly public-private partnership always works, and always the public comes out ahead, and it's a good thing. And also in the same context with a new campus at the Rockefeller University, the SNF David Rockefeller campus.
The Stavros Niarchos David Rockefeller River Campus has been a major addition to the Rockefeller University. It is one of the most amazing engineering constructions that I'm aware of. Most of the buildings in New York, as you know, take advantage of vertical space, which is not great for science. Scientists love to bounce ideas off one another and have chance encounters where you strike up a conversation and something unexpected emerges from the discussion.
Other collaborators, which again go around in the same notion of offering public space, not only physically speaking, but also mentally. We have been collaborating with Chatham House, creating the idea of labs where young people can come together, collaborate, and tackle the most difficult problems that our world is facing today.
Όλη αυτή η συνεργασία μας έχει φέρει στη σημερινή θέση να μπορούμε με μεγάλο ενθουσιασμό να ανακοινώσουμε τη νέα μας δωρεά προς το Chatham House ύψους 11,6 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ για τη δημιουργία της πτέρυγας Stavros Niarchos.
It's a pleasure to be here again in Athens. I'm delighted to be hosted at this event by SNF, not least as Panos was saying at the beginning, at a moment of opening a very exciting new chapter in our collaboration with SNF as well, in terms of Chatham House and the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. So the timing is good institutionally, but I think the timing is especially important in terms of the challenges facing Europe today. And as a European, like all of us on this panel, obviously I'm interested as well as concerned about the future.
Believing in the collaborations that we are very happy to be making, we also believe in the multiplier effect. And every single collaboration can actually result in this multiplier effect. A true example of that is with Lincoln Center. Again, making public space available to people, free access,
and also trying to bring together the SNFCC in Athens with the Lincoln Center in New York in that next level of collaboration. Our largest grant outside of Greece happens to be the SNF Agora at Johns Hopkins. By building the SNF Agora at Hopkins, it's not only about the building, it's about the platform for people to engage, to get together and to be able to have a civil discourse. We live at a time of extreme polarization and only going back to some basics of democracy, some basics of humanity, such as civic engagement and civil discourse, can hopefully help improve our society at large.
When the Stavros Niarchos Foundation developed the relationship with Johns Hopkins University, there was a really clear vision of wanting to realize the promise of the ancient agora in modern times.
To me, the agora is a symbol of what was at the heart of democracy since its very beginnings in ancient Athens, which is deliberation. It is about people with different ideas, with different preferences, meeting in the public square.
In the same spirit, with our collaboration with the establishment of the SNF Agora at Hopkins, is our project with the University of Pennsylvania called the SNF Penpedia program, which also comes with the mission of civic engagement and civil discourse. And it's going back to the basics of our youth, understanding the value of civics, which seem to have been lost in the last few years.
So the SNF program is a 21st century version of that ancient notion of educating the whole person that's designed really to teach our students the skills, the knowledge, the experiences of public discussion around contentious issues and with people who may be different than you are.
Public space is civil society's living room where we learn to coexist and interact with one another with respect and empathy. Much of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation's work focuses on strengthening civic life in all its forms and deepening this sort of civic participation. We want to help ensure that all people, whoever they are, have access to high-quality arts and culture resources, educational opportunities, ways to stay active, and to enjoy themselves avenues of intellectual engagement and open dialogue across ideological differences.
Speaking about the importance of engaging, ourselves at the SNF, we have focused on two main projects as our main outreach effort. The one is our annual Nostos event every year in the summer. It's a week, almost a week of events which tries to bring together the mind and the body, brings together arts, brings together people talking about the serious problems that we have to face.
What we realized after the first conference over 10 years ago was that there was a great demand both from the side of the public but also from the side of our colleagues and the industry and a number of different areas for an expanded coalition, a broader forum that can get into an out-of-the-box discussion and offer a much broader perspective about all of these problems and complex issues that we're dealing with.
At the same time, we have the monthly SNF dialogues. And again, it's all about engaging, all about providing a true platform for people to exchange ideas and try to find solutions.
The SNF Dialogues events offer a forum for meaningful discussion with guests who inspire us with their work and their ideas and give us the opportunity to broaden our perspective by sharing thoughtful views on key issues for Greece and the world. However, the ultimate goal of the dialogues is to invite and challenge us to develop new ways of thinking and acting, to build bridges of cooperation, encourage an open exchange of views, create solutions that defy business as usual, and champion creative public dialogue across geographic boundaries.
Believing in that our grantees are our main partners and collaborating with them at the end of the day means better success for all the projects that we engage in. There are a few of them that we have basically become one with. Regeneration and progress provides access to health and access to education and access to sports to all people around Greece.
Η Αναγέννηση και Πρόοδος είναι μια αστική μη κερδοσκοπική εταιρεία. Συστάθηκε δειλά-δειλά, χωρίς να πιστέψουμε κι εμείς, και δεν το πιστεύουμε ακόμα που έχουμε φτάσει, για να καλύψει ανάγκες πρωτοβάθμιας περίθαλψης σε κάθε απομακρυσμένη γωνιά της χώρας μας. Συγκεντρώθηκε μια ομάδα 15 ατόμων, γιατρών, νοσηλευτών, τώρα είμαστε 80 και αρχίσαμε δειλά-δειλά το 2014 την πρώτη αποστολή στο Καστελόριζο. Οι παράπλευρες ωφέλειες ήρθαν πάρα πολύ γρήγορα και είναι η δημιουργία τράπεζας αίματος στο κάθε νησί, έτσι ώστε ο κάθε ασθενής σε όποια απομακρυσμένη περιοχή της Ελλάδας να βρίσκεται να έχει μια πλήρη ιατρική φροντίδα και άλλη παράπλευρη ωφέλεια. Βρήκαμε και δημοσιεύσαμε ότι στα νησιά και σε αυτές τις απομακρυσμένες περιοχές υπάρχει ένα μεγάλο ποσοστό παχυσαρκίας στα παιδιά. Παχυσαρκία και υπέρβαρα παιδιά φτάνουν το 45%. Αντιδράσαμε αμέσως, το συζητήσαμε με το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Niarchos, σχεδιάσαμε προγράμματα άθλησης. Το άλλο πρόγραμμα που έχει να κάνει και με τον αθλητισμό και με την υγεία γενικά είναι το πρόγραμμα αθλητισμού που έχουμε στο Κέντρο Πολιτισμού Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Niarchos, όπου έχουμε κάθε εβδομάδα περίπου 55 events, 55 slots δωρεά για τους πολίτες, από πολύ μικρά παιδιά, από ενήλικες, από ασθενείς, αλλά και από παιδιά με ειδικές ανάγκες.
Another sister organization, as we like to call them internally, is IMED, which was born a couple of years ago with the main mission of bringing back free and objective journalism, as it should be.
At IMED, we believe in transparency, credibility, and independence in journalism that rewards merit and strives for excellence. The impetus for the creation of the organization was the global crisis in journalism. We are seeing a growing lack of confidence in traditional media and their so-called replacement by social media, at a time when lack of freedom of speech and censorship are tying the hands of journalists around the world. Journalists must regain the public's trust and have the support they need to ensure open and effective sharing of information, which is the basis of a strong society. Our goal at IMED is to build a framework for contemporary journalism and a strong community of media professionals, encouraging collaboration and developing ideas and innovative projects guided by leading best practices and supported by the latest technology.
Θέλουμε να μείνουμε πιστοί στο χαρακτήρα που έχει το χωριό, στον παραδοσιακό αυτό χαρακτήρα, και οι άξονες πάνω στους οποίους δουλεύουμε είναι τρεις. Ο ένας είναι οι υποδομές, αυτές που είδατε. Μπορούμε να πούμε ότι είναι κάποιες υποδομές αγροτουριστικές. Ο δεύτερος είναι η καινοτομία και ο τρίτος είναι η αγροτική παραγωγή φυσικά.
In our global grant-making activities, we work within 4 core pillars. It's arts and culture, it's health and sports, it's education, and it's social welfare.
Το μπορούμε είναι πολύ απλά μια προσπάθεια κάποιων ατόμων να σταματήσουν τη σπατάλη τροφίμων στην Ελλάδα και παράλληλα να αξιοποιήσουν όλο αυτό το περισεβούμενο φαγητό και όλα αυτά τα περισεβούμενα τρόφιμα που υπάρχουν γύρω μας για ένα κοινοφελή σκοπό. Και έχουμε φτάσει πλέον μετά από 3 χρόνια να έχουμε δικτυώσει 2 εκατομμύρια μερίδες φαγητού και να έχουμε έναν ημερήσιο ρυθμό γύρω στις 3.000 μερίδες φαγητού την ημέρα, οι οποίες αντί να καταλήξουν στα σκουπίδια προσφέρονται σε κοινοφελείς φορείς.
We are engaged now in what's going to be our second largest grant, which also happens to be in Greece, which is our health initiative. And the biggest collaboration is that between the public and the private sector.
The health initiative is a multifaceted project. It involves infrastructure works, it involves procurement of equipment, training programs, and the setting up of valuable services to the community. In terms of the infrastructure projects under the auspices of the health initiative, the SNF is supporting the construction of 3 new public hospitals. The first one is a university pediatric hospital in Thessaloniki, and this will be the first dedicated pediatric hospital that the country will have in its northern territory. The second public hospital that is being constructed under the Health Initiative is a public hospital in Komotini, again in the north of Greece. The third hospital constructed under the Health Initiative is a new public hospital in Spartos. At the same time, the Health Initiative supports the setting up of medical services for children and their families, specifically focused on child mental health. This dedicated program brings together experts from the Child Mind Institute in New York with the Greek state and psychiatrists in the field in Greece.
We're thrilled and grateful to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for their pioneering belief in the gifts of people with intellectual disabilities. Their gifts not just to be the recipients of our care and concern, but to be the teachers of a new and more inclusive world. Together, we'll create a unified generation. Nothing could be more important.
Το CTY, δηλαδή το Center for Talented Youth, είναι στα ελληνικά το κέντρο για χαρισματικά ταλαντούχα παιδιά. Είναι ένα κέντρο το οποίο έχει την αποστολή να ανιχνεύει παιδιά με ιδιαίτερα ακαδημαϊκά ταλέντα και μετά να τους προσφέρει εκπαιδευτικά προγράμματα τα οποία να ανταποκρίνονται στις ανάγκες και στις δεξιότητές τους.
Receiving this important scholarship by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation really changed my life, both professionally and personally. For starters, it gave me the chance to work more on bioethics.
What SNF and its support has enabled us to do is to expand those networks dramatically, to give us a platform to be able to interact on things like social media, to inform people when we're doing events and to bring them along, and also to be really trumpeting what it is that we do in our field.
Το Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος χάρισε στην εθνική λυρική σκηνή το σπίτι της, το σπίτι που δεν είχε. Την στέγασε σε αυτό το εκπληκτικό κτίριο και συνεχίζει μέχρι σήμερα να την στηρίζει, κάτι που δεν εξυπακούεται, με τον καλύτερο τρόπο και με πολύ μεγάλη γενεοδωρία. Δεν μπορώ να κρύψω τα βαθιά αισθήματα, τη μεγάλη εκτίμηση, τη φιλία και την αγάπη που τρέφω στο πρόσωπο του Ανδρέα Δρακόπουλου, ο οποίος είναι το κέντρο, είναι η ψυχή του Κέντρου Πολιτισμού Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος, η καρδιά όλων μας.
Our foundation celebrates this year its 25th year. It's been maybe the most difficult year globally, due, as we all know, to COVID. But COVID also gave us the opportunity to be even more active. And since last year, when COVID started appearing, we immediately jumped into the arena of society and helping out due to the problems that COVID from early on seemed to be causing all around the world in every sector that we are active. So we started this global COVID initiative. The role of philanthropy itself has been evolving during the last decade or so. You had the old established philanthropic organizations which were there to make sure that the name would live forever. I think we all realize that the mission and the vision has changed, and it's all about doing all you can now to make sure that everybody can help with everything that one has, whether it's money, whether it's time, whether it's talent, and we all have to come together to work together. And as we continue our own journey to Ithaca, all of us at the SNF hope that to the best of our ability and with all of our resources can continue to contribute to make the world a better place for all. And at the same time that we can inspire others to join in this collective effort for all of us to stay human.